And welcome into the second and final college football playoff semifinal matchup. This one, the Cotton Bowl, Ohio State against Texas in this one. I am Tom Downey, producer Chris Daughtry behind the scenes. We're going to call it a tri-cast for today's game. We are live on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. We are live on the Ohio State Football Report and on the Cowboys Report. So I think the likely rooting interests and allegiances are very clear. The Cowboys Report, this is just evidence on the pin poll. Ready for this? Cowboys Report, 77% think Texas wins. Ohio State Report, 96% think the Buckeyes win. The Chat Sports channel, it's 50-50 right now. All evens out perfectly. So we'll have some fun tonight on today's live stream. We'll be here till probably the next 4+ hours based on how these games have gone in the past. Happy to have you guys here along for the ride. We'll have some fun tonight, and hopefully it is as close of a game as it was last night. I just want good games. It makes it more fun for everybody involved. Hopefully we get that tonight. Ohio State, Texas in this one. Both teams played the entire time. Didn't get any buys, didn't win their conference championships. This is where they're at. Texas took care of business twice. Ohio State's taken care of business twice. Both of these teams statistically have one of the best defenses in college football. Now, there's balancing acts and everything there in terms of level of competition that's a bit more deceptive than something can be in the NFL. This line's moved around a decent amount. I've seen big differences in the over-unders, but last I checked was 54.5 on my betting site, that we'll call it that way. Who do you have winning this one? T for Texas, O for Ohio State. Get those votes in for me in the comment section of today's show. Who do you have winning this particular matchup? Updated poll numbers right now, 77% Texas on the Cowboys Report, 89% Ohio State on the Ohio State Football Report, and 52% Texas on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. Fitting how that spreads out based on likely allegiances there. What's up, Chris?
I was just going to say, I got Ohio State in this one, man. The way they played the first two games, they've been lights out. Texas,
they are favored.
When it comes to the SEC,
here comes SEC Bama.
No,
boy.
I'm just. You're going to like this. When it comes to that whole conversation about strength of schedule and what conference is better, Texas probably had the worst strength of schedule in all of the SEC. So I kind of lean on the side of Texas is fake, and I never believed in Arizona State anyways, so I kind of think they squeaked by a pretty easy game there. I just think Ohio State. Texas's defense is pretty good, but I have no faith whatsoever in Quinn Ewers.
I get where you're coming from, and I think for me a lot of this is which Texas team shows up.
Yeah.
Even which one of the two Arizona State versions we saw. Mm-hmm. The one that was on the verge of running away with that game and blowing them out of the water, or the one that was probably should have lost that game. Yeah. I am very curious and excited to see which Texas team shows up, and if we get more of the recent run of Ohio State that we've seen that has been wildly impressive out of the Buckeyes. They have looked like the best team in college football, and it's borderline bar none with the way they've played so far this season, at least in the college football playoffs. The Michigan loss, not so much. They already avenged one game against Oregon. We'll be here for about another 40 minutes, give or take, 38 minutes until kickoff of this one, because ESPN might say 7:30. There's no chance it's before 7:45. No chance. They did that BS to us last night.
They're going to do the national anthem at 7:30.
Yeah, and they'll end game day at 7:30. Yeah. I'm just like, you can't factor all that in. Like, they're falling for the big noon kickoff crap that I don't like. That I'm not a fan of it. But I digress. Get your votes in. T for Texas, O for Ohio State, as we tell you about today's sponsor. First up is Game Time. They got a new feature. It's called Game Time Picks. It makes getting tickets to see your favorite teams play or get to events even easier. Filter the fluff to only show you incredible deals on great seats. Don't waste time searching through thousands of different tickets. It is curation to make it easier to find better value for tickets, sports, concerts, comedy, theater, everything else in between. Download the Game Time app, create your account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. But again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS for $20 off. But again, terms apply. Then there's Prize Picks, also would make today's show possible. It is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS over at prizepicks.com/CLNS. The Super Chat menu on tap for today's show. $5, Texas and Ohio State beer cheers. So Texas fans, you send in $5. I'll do your beer cheers or your shots for $20. Ohio State fans can make Stone drink. $5 for the beer cheers, $20 for the shots. Got the orange dyed lower proof vodka. He's got the red. Chris does. That's $5 and $20. I know we're also live on the Cowboys Report. I suspect we'll have questions on Mike McCarthy. We will not be doing a Q&A. If you have Super Chat still, we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. That's fine with me. We will also be doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. And I think, you know what? For the pregame side of it, how about 2 shots for 20 and 2 beer sips for 5? I think that's reasonable for the pregame section since there's still 30-plus minutes to go to kickoff. Give you guys double bang for your buck on that front. We will also do the $50 beer bong as well. 2 beer bongs for $50 for the first one. Or at least for the entirety of pregame. How about that? I just bought a fresh 24-pack. So we are set. We are good. We ended up with like 2 left after last night. So we ended up playing a little bit closer than I would have preferred on that one. So $5 for the beer cheers, $20 for the shots, $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Winner last night took home $160. I want to think we can get that number a little bit higher. I want to get that number higher today. And the beer bong is 52 for 1 on the Super Chat menu items before we get going to the game itself. All those are the pregame bonuses there. We'll have a battle as well. Shot is 2 points. Sip is 1 point in the Texas-Ohio State battle. That's the off-field battle. Of course, there's the on-field battle we're about to break down here in depth for the next 35 or so minutes. Hopefully a good game. CIA context says, snort that beer up your nose, I'll give you 100. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Anyway, let's go to the injury news. Cameron Williams, Texas's talented right tackle, is expected to play with his knee injury. He missed last week's game for Texas. Should be good for this particular matchup for the Texas Longhorns. That is the expectation, that he will be available, he will be out there, and he will be good to go. That is notable because as we'll get into later on here, boy, that Ohio State front is really, really good. And they're going to need him out there and playing at a high level. He's had some issues at times against better competition. The right tackle matchup, whether it's Jack Sawyer or JTT across from him, I think is going to be a key one to watch. Get to Dylan Heck's Super Chat on the Chat Sports channel in just a second. But first, some, if you weren't paying attention, how we got here. It says Quinn Ewers went 20 of 30 for 322, 3 scores and an interception. Didn't feel like that. Didn't feel like he was dialing things up as impactful as he was. The ground game wasn't nearly as sharp for Texas. It was awesome against in the opening round. It was not nearly as sharp against Arizona State. They dominated Clemson. Didn't have the same success against Arizona State. Cam Scatterbu went nuts on the ground. The passing game was not as good for Arizona State. So Texas was shutting down Clemson's ground game, kind of at the inverse game beyond that. I do think you'll need, and we'll spend some more time on this, a big game performance out of Quinn Ewers in what is technically a revenge game for Quinn. Ohio State's, look, I had high expectations for that game being really, really good. It was not. It was a blowout. We were late getting over. We were live for both games. We were late getting over to that game because Texas, Arizona State went to overtime, and the end result was Ohio State was over by the time we got over there. We basically caught their second scoring drive is when we tuned in. 41-21. They ran the ball great. Jeremiah Smith is a special football player. We'll talk about the Smith-Jahdae Barron matchup here as well. But the Buckeyes blew out Oregon, which was supposed to be a hard-fought game. There were plenty of people who had predicted Tennessee was going to beat Ohio State. Wasn't a football game either. That game was over at halftime. And if not for a miracle interception, I don't know if Tennessee scores, period. That kind of helped change the game a little bit. And it was a kind of a crazy matchup in terms of how much Ohio State dominated in that game. Dylan, heck, internet just went out here with snow, so can't watch the game. So sad. OH, that means you do the shots there, executive producer Chris Daughtry. IO, of course, if you're an Ohio State fan, in the comment section of today's show. Apologies to anyone who is battling any inclement weather. I know Ohio getting hit with snow, and even the Dallas area not in the best of shape necessarily either with the bad weather and ice and snow and everything there. So, Dylan, I appreciate the first $20 super chat. First of 2 of the red-dyed shots for Chris going down. Yeah, vodka's super fun, right? It's 2. It's 2. Remember, it's 2 for 1. 2 for 1 during the pregame section. I'm trying to skimp out on it here. As Chris does that shot, as a reminder, we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle today. It's at What's Going Downey if you want in on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home was $160 last night. I think I want to see if we can get to $200. I think it's very, very doable. So, Dylan, thank you very much for the super chat. I know there's a lot of bad weather, so hopefully everyone out there is staying safe. 30-ish minutes to go here until kickoff of the college football playoff semifinal, the second matchup in this one. We'll spend some more time previewing this game here as well as myself, Chris Daughtry, here for the remainder of the game. We will also be here on at least 2 of the channels we're currently on right now, regardless of who wins. We are tri-casting on the Ohio State Football Reports, on the Cowboys Report YouTube channel, and on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. So all 3 streams live right now. Happy to have you guys here. Appreciate Timon and Troy doing mod duties for us. I greatly appreciate it. Grade the CFP games so far. A, B, C, D, or F. I am curious how the votes come in on this one. Depends on maybe it depends on what your expectations are. Because the quarterfinal games were one good one, really, maybe 1.5. The first round games were not great. That last game was awesome. That was a hell of a Penn State Notre Dame.
It was a good fourth quarter.
It was a good game. It was a defensive battle early.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't sexy. It wasn't like there was a couple bad plays on offense, but a lot of it was good defense. You know, sometimes you just see bad offenses play. I think that was good defense in that game. So grade the CFP games so far. A, B, C, D, or F. Chris, I know you hate the expanded playoffs. You despise it.
I despise it. I don't think there's 12 teams in the country that deserve to play for a national championship game. There's barely 4. I mean, out of the 4 playoff games, like when it was just the top 4.
Normally there was like 1 or 2 good ones.
Maybe.
We already have a good one now. See, it's better.
I just like
of the top 4 we're getting, we already got one good one.
Man, there's not 12 teams in the country, and this is not me advocating that Bama should have been in, because that's what everybody at the Chat Sports offices thinks. I just don't think there should be 12 teams. Send me back to the BCS.
Someone made a comment. You got to start using AI to create the field, and I'm like, that was the BCS. That's just computers. That's what you're advocating for. Get your comments in. We'll get to the Cowboys Report Super Chat here in just a second as well. See Madden Mobile typing in his A. Timon and A Money got B and B minus respectively. True Alore's got a B. Dylan Heck's got a D plus. In the end, I view it as a positive because in the long run, and even the short term, I'd rather watch Notre Dame, beat up on Indiana. I'd rather watch Ohio State play Tennessee in a game Ohio State dominates than have those 2 teams play in a regular New Year's 6 bowl game with the good players all opting out. So I think it'll still lead to good matchups for the championship game. And I think those New Year's 6 bowls are back to not being as unimpactful as they were previously, which was the path we were always on when we were doing, weird non-national championship games. And you got the 90s where the two best teams don't play each other, and you get split championships, all weird stuff. So get your grades in here: A, B, C, D, or F. Plus, the non-CFP games are still fun this year. Those bowl games were still fun. I like football, and I will not apologize for it. All right, Andres Yabarvo, a.k.a. the Bad Wolf. The Cowboys broke my heart. The Texas Longhorns are my rebound. Texans Longhorns are the wish a kid I'm sponsoring. Make-A-Wish kid I'm sponsoring. Well, that's a beer cheers for me then, Andres Yabarvo. Texas fans, I'll drink for you. We'll make Chris drink for the Ohio State fans, supers, and whatnot. Cheers. I got plenty of orange drink tonight, too. With the Live Wire Hard Mountain Dew Seltzer. It does kind of taste like Mountain Dew. It's not quite 1-to-1, but it's pretty good on that front. So, appreciate that. Andres Yabarvo, cheers to you, my friend. We'll check in on the Super Chat menu later. We'll talk some more about the games themselves here. But first, today's show is made possible by Game Time. Game Time has a new feature. It's called Game Time Picks that makes getting tickets for events even easier. It filters out the fluff, so you don't have to spend as much time searching through thousands of tickets to find the best value. It is curation to make it easier to find better value for tickets to sports, concerts, comedy, theater, etc. Use the all-in pricing feature to see your total cost up front, so there are no surprise fees at checkout. Download the Game Time app, create your account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. But again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Terms apply. Link will be in the comment section, it's in the live chat, and the description of today's show. Saw the $5 and the $20 Super Chat if you've been tuned in for the past 20 or so, maybe 15, 10 minutes, whatever. Time is a myth anyway. $5 Super Chats, 2 for 1 in the pregame section. Texas, Ohio State beer cheers. Texas fans, you can make me drink. OSU fans, you can make producer Chris drink. That's $5 for 2 beer cheers, $20 for 2 shots. We are also doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle in today's game. Take home last night was $160. I want to see if we can get to a higher figure today. That's at What Going Downey. $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I will put that link into all 3 of the streams we are live on right now. We will get to the Ohio State Super Chat from Dylan Watson here in just a second. I will do 2 beer bongs for every $50 Super Chat that comes in during the pregame section. You know, Cowboys fans, there's no playoff game this year. You can't get me a hammered drunk before kickoff like you did last year for the Packers. You can do it right now for Ohio State and Texas, though. That's $50 for the 2 beer bongs, and, of course, the Venmo 50-50 raffle, $20 to enter on that front. All right, let's get to the Super Chat that just came in here from Dylan Watson on the Ohio State football channel. Appreciate that, Dylan. We're going to make producer Chris do some drinking here as well. I forgot to get you a beer. That's on me. There might be a reddish-pink one in the unopened box. I can see the Buckeye running backs having a big game if Texas worries too much about the passing game and Jeremiah Smith. I don't disagree. I think you saw some good stuff from Arizona State. They kind of adjusted their game plan to do a little bit more of some of those stretch runs where you kind of get them going on the track and let Scadaboo cut it up a little bit there. They had some success on the ground with the mobile quarterbacks. I think you'll see some of that with Will Howard. That's what makes Ohio State tough to defend. It is. You have to guard against Jeremiah Smith. Emeka Ibuka is going to be a first-round pick. G. Scott, Cardinal Taylor, not bad football players either. They're probably NFL guys. And you got 2 of the best running backs in college football. That's a tough unit to defend. It's why Ohio State's favored in this game. So I think that's going to be very key to Texas is on the defense side. Like, how do you find a way to control what is a very dynamic Ohio State offense? And as we'll talk about here more in depth, Texas has some similar-ish advantage we'll get to here as well. Have you done any of those before, the hard Mountain Dews? Okay, they're
I did them all year for the Bama.
Oh, that's right. All right, appreciate that, Dylan. Again, $5 beer cheers. We'll make Chris drink for OSU fans. Texas fans, I will drink for you. Also got the lower proof dyed vodka as well, orange and red. Venmo 50/50 raffle at What Going Downey. And right on cue, Darth, it's who was in there last night. I thought was going to win for a second. It's Darth Fatass. This is his name with an extra S or two. I guess that's how Venmo allowed him to make that his name. You're into the Venmo 50/50 raffle, Darth. Appreciate that. Let's talk Texas players to watch. And I want to mention both quarterbacks here. And we've done this on each of the Texas games. I mentioned the Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning conversation. There was no usage of Arch Manning at all against Arizona State, which I think Sark got a little bit too, I don't know, lost in the sauce is not the terminology to use there, but a little too doing creative things to do creative things with his uses of Arch Manning and those low red zone read option looks. I actually don't think that's how Arch should be used. He's got legs. He's got mobility. I'm kind of the mindset like, hey, if you're going to put Arch in there, let's let him throw. He's got different levels of competition. He didn't look great in Georgia when he subbed in for a little bit there. He's got a higher completion percentage, does offer more mobility, good to touchdown turnover ratio, but, UTSA and stuff. So it's a Quinn Ewers revenge game. I would be, unless things get really out of hand for Texas, I would be surprised if it wasn't the Quinn Ewers show the entirety of today's game. I would anticipate this being Quinn Ewers' show, his time to shine, get further than Texas did last year. They were in the exact same spot last year in the CFP Semifinals, a chance to make noise. Quinn had a chance, couldn't make the throws, couldn't help deliver what Texas was hoping for. This is his chance. This is his chance to also help his NFL draft stock too. It's not a good quarterback class. Somebody's got to be 3. Somebody's got to be 4. Carson Beck's going back to school. If Quinn can make big plays in big moments, NFL owners are actually paying attention in this game. They don't always pay attention midseason. They're paying attention to this game. And this is the type of game that can really boost draft stock. Now, we'll get back to Will Howard in a little bit on today's show. But who do you think is the better quarterback in this game? I guess if you want to write in Arch Manning, you can, but that feels like cheating. QE for Quinn Ewers or WH for Will Howard? Who do you believe is the better quarterback in this football game? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. QE for Quinn Ewers, WH for Will Howard. I would guess there's going to be a lot of WH comments on the Ohio State football channel. We got that from Timon, Ghostface. T. Breezy has Quinn Ewers in there. Timon's got Will Howard. Dylan, Skibbity CD has Will Howard. Troy Daniels doing my duties. Thank you, Troy. We'll grant your request you mentioned there. Got Will Howard in there. And then Mello stepping in Arch Manning. So there's your first Arch Manning right in there. Any thoughts on the quarterbacks there, Chris?
Honestly, I feel like Will Howard's probably played better most of the season, but he still wasn't great. He's really, really picked it up the last 2 games
awesome.
for them. Way more so than I really thought that he was going to, because I definitely had Oregon beating them in that game. But, I mean, the way he has played and the way that the running backs, Jeremiah Smith, all of it's coming together for him, and that just helps him at the end of the day. Texas, their receiving core has been inconsistent. Some of that's on Quinn Ewers as well, but just between these two guys, Will Howard's definitely playing better right now. I'll put it that way.
I agree. Let's talk running backs here, and this is the Texas side. We'll get to Ohio State players to watch, I promise you. I'm going to cheat with several of these and do more than just one player for each grouping, but the running back committee has been good for Texas this year. It's been really impactful. Trey Wisner has been a key part of this Texas ground game. Jaden Blue has been actively involved. They didn't do as much Jarrett Gibson. I feel pretty confident saying that Texas is going to want to get the ball to Wisner more than what they were necessarily able to do in last week's game. I mean, Jaden Blue didn't do much of anything either. So these running backs are going to have to be involved. Texas has had, in the last couple games, right, against Georgia, they struggled to run the football. They've had no issues against Clemson running the football either. Then Arizona State, they had issues. A&M didn't have issues. If that Texas ground game is going, it really does unlock the entirety of the offense. It is a football cliche, to say, if you've got, a one-dimensional offense, it's not as good. It's really true for Texas. There are some teams in NFL and college football that if they're one-dimensional, it's okay because that one dimension is so good. The Texas passing offense hasn't been as good, and Quinn Ewers has not been as good when they don't have a functional, consistent, impactful ground game going the way that they want it to be going. Number 3, the pass catchers here. I have been very impressed in the last couple games by Matthew Golden. He has looked, he's been good all year long, but he has been impactful. He has made a bunch of plays. He helped save them against Arizona State. Gunnar Helm, they kind of forgot about him, which I'm curious how involved he gets given the really good kind of back 7 grouping. Lathan Ransom and Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles and everybody else for Ohio State in the back 7 is going to be kind of tough for Texas. They get the ball to the running backs. They do those swings. So do Ohio State. We'll talk about them in a little bit too. DeAndre Moore is undervalued. I think I'm waiting for Isaiah Bond to truly break out. He's been nicked up with injuries this year, kind of fallen out of favor a little bit for the Longhorns, but he's got really good speed. Ohio State's had some issues with being a little bit grabby at times in the secondary with Davison and Ike Denzel Burke, but if they can get time, which we'll spend on the Ohio State side, if the Texas passing offense can get time, Sark can dial up some really good plays. Number 4 is Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker. I am a huge fan of his game. He is consistently around the football. He is always making plays. He can blitz. He can cover. Ohio State will, I think, do a lot of what they did in previous games where they run those 2-back sets with Henderson and Judkins back there, and they'll send one guy in motion and either give it to him or they'll do the fake turnaround and then hand it right back to the other guy coming on a sweep play. They do some creative stuff. Both these guys are really good offensive minds. I am excited to see how Anthony Hill fares in this game. Janae Barron is next up here. Then we'll get to T. Breezy's Super Chat on the Ohio State football channel. I am a huge fan of Barron. Now, I think there might be some length question marks as it relates to his NFL career, but he is my type of corner. He's physical, and he has ball skills. Both of those things I covet. Both of those things are what I look for in corners. And I don't know if he goes in round 1. Maybe he's a round 2 guy. I've made the comment before. He kind of reminds me some of Brian Branch's first year. He's played safety. He can play nickel, can play on the outside. Branch fell to round 2 because the NFL was stupid. I don't think Barron's as good as Branch is, but I am a big fan of his game. All right, Super Chat time. First up, T. Breezy. Then we'll get to the one on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. T. Breezy coming in on the Ohio State Football Reports. Says, if Ryan Day loses, does he lose his job? Thoughts? I don't think so. I think that with the timing of everything, making it to the semifinals, I think Ryan Day comes back next year. Now, I can also foresee Ryan Day trying to get himself linked to a NFL job for leverage or to maybe even try to leave himself. But I don't think they fire him. But I do think it does not quiet the noise going into next year. Going into next year, it's going to be high expectations again with what we assume is Julian Sain at quarterback to be a redshirt freshman. The bar is at as high as any program in the country at Ohio State. I think CFP Semifinals hits the minimum, but does not satisfy anybody involved. But it might not be enough to get him fired in the end. The frustration is valid, don't get me wrong, but my guess is he stays no matter what. I think blowing out Texas and blowing out Oregon, if there was any advocators in that booster side that wanted to pay for the buyout, I think okay, this is fine for now. AFX 5632. Then we get to a Cowboys report super chat after that. He just says OH. That is a drink for executive producer Chris. 2 of them actually as well. Got that? Is that the watermelon flavored one? I think it's watermelon. Yeah, I've got the Live Wire orange one. So $5 or $20 shots or sips and shots for Ohio State. I will do it for Texas. $20 for a shot, $5 for the beer cheers. We will do the Venmo 50/50 raffle as well. That is at What's Going Downey, which it's always fun, always entertaining. I enjoy doing those. We gave away 160 last night. Let's get that number up even a little bit higher today. That is at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. AFX asking how much for a boot. I will be honest with you guys. I physically cannot do a boot. It's too much liquid for me. I physically can't handle it. But I have offered $50 for 2 beer bongs in the pregame section. I don't see why I wouldn't do 4 beer bongs for 100, which at that point, the volume is not that far off from a boot. It's just a little bit better spaced out. And it also forces me to drink it and not have to just like manually do it, if that makes any sense at all. $50 for the beer, but for 2 beer bongs. That is the pregame specialty 2-for-1s going on here in the early stage. Ohio State is up right now in the Sips Shots battle. We will get to the $5 super chat coming in from Jonathan Story on the Cowboys Report here after we tell you briefly about today's sponsor, Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the place to get in on real money sports action this playoff season. With 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. It is playoff time, and it's now or never. You can do pro football and college football Prize Picks slates. I've got Jeremiah Smith more than receiving yards. I'm riding my boy Jack Lauderay on this one again. I'm honestly not sold on the Quinn Ewers one, but I did the flex play so I can still get one wrong and come out on top. Quinn Ewers less than passing yards. I do love Travion Henderson more than rushing yards as well. Download the Prize Picks app today over at prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. We are TriCasting right now on the Ohio State Football Report, the Chat Sports YouTube channel, and on the Cowboys Report. Jonathan's super chat here coming in from on the Cowboys Report. Says, would it make sense to draft Ashton Genty in the 1st, Tate Ratledge in the 3rd, that is the Georgia guard, then maybe Howard in the 5th? I assume you mean Will Howard, the Ohio State quarterback in the 5th round. It's probably decent value for him. I think he can be a backup. If you don't bring back Cooper Rush, or assuming you mean Will Howard here, assuming you don't bring back Cooper Rush and or Trey Lance and you just have Will Grier, I think that 5th round is like, yeah, you should probably draft one with one of your multitude of 5th round picks. I don't know if Will Howard's going to make it there. Somebody has to be quarterback 3. Somebody has to be quarterback 4. Somebody's got to be quarterback 5. And even in a down year, those guys normally go top 150, top 120, top early-ish. So we'll see if he's there or not. But it is certainly worth monitoring on that front. Again, we are TriCasting, so get those supers in. I assume I drink for this one because he never specified. So
tell me this doesn't look like Stephen Jones playing the sax right now.
No, 2.
I looked up and I legit thought that was Stephen Jones.
Is what it is. I got another super chat on the Ohio State Football Report. AFX wants to know how much for a Chris boot. We don't have the. I mean, we have the mini boots available to us right now.
I mean,
which is no different than like a beer bong.
Yeah, I guess I'd do it for 50.
For the beer bongs.
Yeah, because we usually do the beer bongs.
Yeah, that's all kind of what we have right now. The boots are otherwise in use at the moment. Yeah. With everyone else going on there, so let's show AFX's super chat. Get the Jotmon's $20 super chat on the Cowboys Report here as well. Chris Boots, stick with the 2 beer bongs for 50.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Again, sorry, we don't have the full big boots or otherwise in use, especially with other streams and playoff stuff going on this weekend. Get to Jotmon's $20 super chat from the Cowboys Report live stream. Says, over, under, end of the first quarter before the commentary mentions the stupid rumor of Jerry maybe looking at Sark. Jerry probably slipped the announcers some money to mention it for his ego. I will take the over on, and I think I'll do the shot here. This seems like Texas related, so I'll do the 2 shots here. I will take the over on that. I don't think they will mention Steve Sarkisian and the Dallas Cowboys as a possible relationship, especially with the report of they're now going to have contract talks with Mike McCarthy and whatnot. I will take the under, though, end of the first quarter, of Jerry Jones getting shown on screen with Micah Parsons. I will take the under on that one. So I think that's decently even there. Get to AFX's other Cowboys report, Super Chat. He's just bouncing around, AFX. I like it. Getting all 3 in there. Cheers for Jotmon. And one more here. AFX says, I was always a Trey Lance believer. Go Buckeyes. Cheers to you, AFX.
That's worth drinking over for sure.
He was fine-ish in the other game. He was fine-ish. All right? He wasn't terrible, necessarily. All right, we only got about 6 minutes to go here until kickoff, and we've been sidetracked by Supers. Thank you all so much for those. Let's hit Ohio State players to watch. Will Howard, the quarterback, is first up here. I've been really impressed by him. In the CFP, I think he's been awesome. You know, it helps that you've got Jeremiah Smith and Ibuka and 3 5-star receivers and all that stuff that are playing. But still, it's a really good group. And Howard has done a great job. He's got mobility. He's out. The interception was even just kind of just bad luck more than anything. It was almost an unreal play by Jeremiah Smith. Tennessee got a bit lucky to pull away with that interception. So I think Will Howard's awesome. And I am very curious to see how Texas tries to handle Jeremiah Smith. I almost wonder if the game plan is, let's try to put Barron man-to-man on Ibuka and try to put Muhammad and bracket coverage on Smith. That might be a decent game plan, given how good Jeremiah Smith has been in the 2 games. You're not to mention how good he's been for the entirety of the season. There's a handful of receivers you can argue are in the same tier in college football right now as Jeremiah Smith. If he were draft eligible, we'd be talking about, does he go number 1 overall to the Tennessee Titans? I think he's that caliber of player. Number 3, the running backs for the Buckeyes. This is a really dynamic 1-2 punch in Travion Henderson and in Quinshon Judkins. Now, both guys are on the verge of 1,000-yard campaigns for the course of the season. Both guys have a nose for the end zone. Henderson has been the more dynamic playmaker. He's got 9.25. He's got 1 more yard than Judkins, but he's averaging over 2 yards more per carry. Judkins at times has been a little, a little too north and south for me, where he's just, the creativity hasn't been there in the same way it's been for Henderson. I do think the presence of Judkins, though, has, unlocked a better version of Henderson we haven't seen since his freshman year. By keeping those touches down, the explosiveness has gone up. All right, next up is the front 4 for Ohio State, and this is how they win. Go back, there was a great little segment from Nick Saban, what the Buckeyes were doing in the back end. They were playing 5 across and then dropping into 3 deep looks and all kinds of fun stuff because they're able to get pressure with 4. Jack Sawyer, Ty Hamilton, Tyreek Williams, JT Tuimoloau. There's going to be a couple top 50 picks there, probably top all 3 or at least 3, if not 4. We'll see about Hamilton. Go top 100. It's a dynamic group. And this Ohio State defense has been awesome in the CFP. They are getting pressures. They are making life incredibly challenging on the opposing quarterbacks. They want to do the exact thing against Quinn Ewers, who when he has to kind of move his feet around, it can get a little bit dicey for Quinn. Number 5 is Caleb Downs, the safety. The Alabama transfer. Sorry, Chris. You know I was going to put him in here on that one. He could have had 2 or 3 picks against Oregon. He was not. There were some really nice plays that he almost flipped that game right there. Almost made that big time play. He and Latham Ransom have been a really good 1-2 punch at safety this year. They have been very impactful all season long. So there's a lot. You can go down the 2 deep and go, that's a draft pick, that's a draft pick, that's a draft pick on both of these teams. There's a lot of talent. We'll see how it plays out today in this one. Kickoff coming up here. Coin toss coming up here in just a second. Before we get to that, who are you cheering for? T for Texas, O for Ohio State. I feel comfortable saying the Ohio State football report is going to have a lot of O's. The Cowboys report going to have a lot of T's. And the Chat Sports stream going to have a lot of all three of them, if I'm being a gambling man and whatnot there. So get your comments in. T for Texas, O for Ohio State. We are getting close to the coin toss here. As a reminder, the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey, $20 to enter. I will put that in the live chat of all three streams right now, as I will do my best to listen for the coin toss. So that's a giant coin. That is bigger than this shot glass. Do they need that? Do they need that? Do they need that big of a coin? I don't know. OSU won the toss. They will defer to the second half, so Texas will get the ball to begin this game. Who you got? T for Texas, O for Ohio State. One more time before kickoff, the Super Chat menu. Final calls on the 2-for-1 versions of these. $5, I will drink for Texas. Chris will drink for Ohio State. It's kind of punishments in the end there. $5 beer cheers to specify on that one. $20 shots, 2-for-1. I'll do Texas orange dyed vodka shots. Chris will do red dyed Ohio State shots. Venmo 50-50 raffle, end of the game at What's Going Downey to get in on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. And 2 beer bongs for $50. First one that comes in, we'll count it for, or any that come in before kickoff, I guess. There's still about 30-ish seconds to go on that one. 2-for-1 on the beer bong if we can get the $50 Super Chat, or Venmo if it's not working for you too, on that front there. And we'll remind everyone of that throughout the stream of tonight's game. We are tri-casting a simulcast on the Cowboys reports, on the Chat Sports YouTube stream, and the Ohio State football report. Might have you flip the background colors there on OSU and Chat Sports. No, I meant on the list 3. But it doesn't really matter there. Whatever stream you're watching on, hit that sub button. And we will be live on 2 of the platforms for the championship game. We'll Chat Sports and TBD on another one. Justin and Turd Ferguson, $5 Super Chats on the Cowboys Report stream. Therefore, I assume it will be Texas cheers that I'll start doing those. We are moments away from kickoff. Three of them. Or I guess it was 4. I have 4. Kick is away from the Buckeyes. A line drive kick, and that goes to the back of the end zone for a touchback. I think I owe one more there. Justin. Luther Burden round 1, Hampton round 2, Judkins round 3. I'm on board with the first 2, but if you're spending a second-round pick on a 3-down back, I don't think I also need Judkins. I think I can spend like a 5th-round pick on it instead. So Texas coming out here on offense to open up the football game. Trey Wisner, the single back, lined up in the pistol behind Quinn Ewers. They had Ryan Wingo out there in the slot, by the way. They're now going to motion Juan Davis, the tight end. They do play action. Ewers going to sidearm sling to Davis out of the flat, and he picks up 3.5, maybe 4. Ewers initially looked downfield, wanted a shot play, wasn't there, hit the check down instead. So a gain of a couple to bring up second down. Ohio State's in the red jerseys, Texas in the all whites. The scarlet and gray pant top combo for Ohio State. Pistol set, Davis in motion, now back to the right side. They will give this one to Wisner. Wisner trying to find a crease, is going to get about half of it, maybe got 4. That will bring up 3rd and shorts. Whether you want a 3rd down conversion or a 3rd down stop, type in those 3s in the comments section of today's show. Cam Williams, by the way, is indeed out there at right tackle for Texas. That was the expectation, and that is the reality to begin this game. Play clock's down to 10, by the way. Ewers going under center here. Motion from Matthew Golden. Ewers going to fake the handoff, roll right, throw downfield to Golden, who makes a one-handed grab. He was getting interfered with. There's no flag anyway. Golden, one-handed, pulls that ball in for a first down pickup. Igbinosun was in coverage. Golden never got that other hand on the football. That left hand just pins it against his chest, got about 5 feet down. A huge third down pickup for Texas. It's Matthew Golden, their number one receiver this year. A gain of 22. Ewers, reverse to Ryan Wingo. Wingo getting chased by Styles, going to get to the edge and still pick up 7 on that one. That is the other true freshman receiver in this game. Not even much of a slight to call Wingo that. It's because Jeremiah Smith's so good. Second and 4. What about someone who's going to boost their draft stock from a national perspective? That's Matthew Golden. He's always been good, but the Houston transfer stepping up. A lot of pre-snap motion here. They're going 2 receivers and a running back right, 2 tight ends left for Ewers here. He drops back over the middle, batted down and incomplete. Again, it's that sidearm-esque release for Quinn Ewers that doesn't get much arc over the line of scrimmage. I couldn't tell who got his hands up on it. But an early pass deflection from the defensive line. Given the propensity, that's often Jack Sawyer who does that stuff. And it was indeed, it's always Jack Sawyer getting his hands up there. They were trying to go to Juan Davis over the middle. It's incomplete. 3rd and 4. Ball at the 37-yard line of Ohio State. Ewers hands it off to Wisner. Wisner is going to get a yard. That's it. So decision time for Texas. 4th and 3. Ball at the 36-yard line. Now you ran it on 3rd and 4. Making me think they would go for this. It was once again Jack Sawyer, or no, sorry, not Jack Sawyer. That was Simon getting in there, along with Tyleek Williams. So 4th and 3. Texas will go for it from the 36. Motion coming from DeAndre Moore. Ewers drops back, throws, and it's incomplete. No flag on the play. That ball was a little bit low of the intended target. Good coverage on that one from Cody Seidman, the linebacker. Ewers had a little bit of pressure, but again, that sidearm release, that ball is just, that's at the low ankle of the intended target, DeAndre Moore. There wasn't much of a window, but it's incomplete. So Ohio State takes over now on offense. Dylan is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I thought they were going to go to the next play, but they're going to commercial. It's not a lot. They're kind of dragged out like they're going to commercial stuff in the CFP, even I think more so than usual. Dylan Watson is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Thank you, Dylan. Take home on that is 20. We've not yet had the $50 beer bong, so I'll keep it open for now. First $50 super chat, I will do 2 beer bongs for that. Today's show is made possible by Game Time. Game Time is the place to get tickets to your next big event for about half or so of the audience watching right now. That might be a national championship game, or maybe it's just like a basketball game or a hockey game. Hockey in person is so good. Or it's not sports at all. It's a concert, comedy, theater, something else altogether. Download the Game Time app. Make sure you're using the Game Time Picks feature to get the best deals and not have to spend as much time searching for it. It's curation designed to save you more and get you the best value faster. Download the Game Time app, create your account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. But again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, Chat Sports for $20 off. Terms apply. The link in the comments, in the description of today's show. GameTime.co, promo code ChatSports. So it will be Ohio State football coming out here after Texas. Their drive stalls out. They turn the ball over on downs, 4th and 3 at the Ohio State 36-yard line. That is where the Buckeyes will take over. We are back to the regular Super Chat menu. $5. Either myself or Chris will do some beer cheers and shots for you guys. Ohio State fans will make Chris drink. Texas fans can make me drink. And we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Texas has taken that lead, by the way. So it is Ohio State football here at the Cotton Bowl, the CFP semifinal matchup. Appreciate everyone who has already subscribed. Keep subscribing. We will be live on 2 of these channels. Live on the Cowboys Report, Ohio State Football Report, and the Chat Sports YouTube channel. Ohio State football here. Will Howard in the shotgun. Jeremiah Smith wide left. They have Muhammad on him, by the way. Howard hands it off to Judkins, breaks a tackle, runs over Makuba, tripped up and picks up about 5 on that one. Judkins fired up early, jawing with Makuba. So right now, looks like Texas's game plan is kind of shadow bracket Jeremiah Smith a little bit. They got 2 deep safety. Low snap, corral, Judkins the handoff, runs into a defender, does a good job to pick up 2, but that will bring up 3rd down for the Buckeyes. That was Baron Sorrell, the defensive lineman, in on the tackle. 3rd down, type in those 3s here. Whether you want a stop or a conversion, type in the 3s. Drake is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Thank you, Drake. Take home is now 30 on that. Play clock's down to 15. Motion. That's Ibuka at the top. Texas brings a blitz. Howard throws. Ibuka caught. Gets the 1st down. Needed 3. Got about 5. That's a 1st down pickup for the Buckeyes. Aaron just playing off coverage. Just a quick hitch. Good plan, good throw. Drake Barnett into that Venmo 50-50 raffle. Thank you, Drake. Ball at the Ohio State 48-yard line, 1st and 10. Howard, play action. Over the middle, tipped and caught by Carnell Tate. Nearly intercepted. Sneaks right through Trey Moore. They dropped an edge rusher on that play. Trey Moore's lined up at defensive end. Drifts back into the zone, and I cannot believe he did not catch that ball. Just off his fingertips. So 1st and 10, ball at the 38 now for Ohio State in Texas territory. G. Scott comes in motion. Howard drops back. Some time. Downfield, wants it all. Overshoots Jeremiah Smith. And boy, for a second there, if Andrew Makuba goes for the football, feels like that could have been maybe an interception. They ran a deep post, and Makuba played Smith, not so much the football. Just a bit high on the intended target there. Get to Jacob's Super Chat after this 2nd down play, 2nd and 10 from the 38. Texas staying in their 2 deep safety looks. Great way to stop 2 deep is run the football. They rotate the safety down late. It's a handoff to Judkins. Judkins slicing is going to get about 4. That will bring up 3rd down. Type in those 3s. Big 3rd down coming up here. Then we'll get to the Chat Sports Super Chats in just a second. Travion Henderson in the game. He's going to flex out wide to the right. Empty personnel here on 3rd and 6. And now Ohio State makes adjustments. A tight bunch formation left. Henderson in the backfield. Howard drops back. Over the middle. Throws and caught by Ibuka for a 1st down to about the 24. A strike by Howard on that one. Big first down pickup for the Buckeyes. Jacobs, a shout out to Harrison. Chat Sports Bears. Let's go Bucks tonight. There you go. That's a drink for producer Chris. Then we'll follow up with Christopher's Super Chat here in just a second. Howard in the shotgun, dropping back, looking over the middle, throws, caught again, Ibuka, and he gets inside the 10. Emeka Ibuka getting going early in this one for the Buckeyes. 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. It is 1st and goal. $10 super chats for Ohio State fans, and Chris will do a shot if they score a touchdown here. Christopher, $10. Considering UT's competing for a spot management first in the SEC, can we troll Jerry Jones every chance tonight? Why not? I'll drink to that. Jerry upsets me anyway. Howard, Judkins on the play action, and it's dropped. Carnell Tate had a touchdown, and he dropped it on an RPO look. That was a great fake by Will Howard. I mean, he gets every single player to suck in on that one. I fell for it. That hits Carnell Tate square in the hands against Jahdae Barron, and he just drops it. Because Barron's thinking there's going to be linebacker help in the middle of the field. There wasn't. They all sucked in on the run look. So 2nd and goal from the 9. Under center for Howard. Jeremiah Smith in motion. They hand it off to Judkins. Makes a man miss. Slicing, and he's in! Touchdown, Buckeyes! Ohio State strikes first. Judkins scores from 9 yards out. Negates the drop that would have been 6. The next play, the Ole Miss transfer. Punches it in, and it's 6-0 Buckeyes. Powerful running by Judkins there. A touchdown, Buckeyes. A good start there. A 10-play, 64-yard drive. Judkins, 4 carries, 20 yards on that one. The extra point, not straight, but it's good. It's good by Jaden Fielding, the kicker. Judkins is fired up. You know, the first 2 games, we saw that Ohio State defense unbelievably amped. Just yelling, fired up, all positive. Judkins has that energy tonight. Had it on his first carry, had it on the touchdown run there. 7-0. The Buckeyes now lead. The Christopher's Super Chat. The Super Chat menu on today's show. $5, beer cheers. $20, shots. Texas fans, I'll drink. Ohio State fans will make Chris drink. With Buckeyes up 7-0 in the game that matters. We are also doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle tonight. Take home right now is already up to $30. So you can get your 50-50 Venmo entries in at What's Going Downey. That is $20 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. The first $50 super chat that comes in, I will do 2 beer bongs for. So we'll do the old 2-for-1 specialty before we get too far into today's game, hopefully. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle, $50 for 2 beer bongs. Now we are tri-casting right now on the Ohio State football YouTube channel, the Chat Sports YouTube channel, and on the Cowboys Report YouTube channel, which means of the 6,000 or almost 7,000 people watching live right now, we kind of figure about half are Ohio State fans and about half are Texas fans. So we will just enjoy the game, hope for a good one. No homer nonsense needed tonight. We'll just play it straight and down the level there because we are tri-casting on all 3 channels. We will be live on 2 of them. TBD what the second one is. For the College Football Playoff National Championship game next Monday. Not the upcoming one, but the one after that. So Chat Sports will be live for it. Myself and Stone Shields, and either the Cowboys Report or the Ohio State Football Report. Winner gets Notre Dame after their thrilling win over Penn State on a near walk-off field goal. Hopefully tonight's game is as good as that one. That's what I would like. Although Ohio State continues to start games incredibly well. 7-0, Buckeyes up already. Any thoughts on that opening drive there, Chris?
I'm not going to say it looked too easy because what'd you say, it was a 10-play drive or something like that?
Yeah, 10-play drive.
They were like playing with him.
They
took shots after shots there, and like I said, I'm not going to say it looked too easy, but it kind of did look easy going down there, which is a little surprising because, like I said in the pregame, Texas's defense is playing better than their offense is right
now. Andres says, will this count? $50 for the beer bong and the raffle. For you, I'll count it. Why not? Andres has been a long time guy. So I'll give you one entry for the Venmo 50-50 raffle, Andres, and I'll do 2 beer bongs for that. Now that one, I'm cheating a little bit, so I'll do this. After the kickoff here from Jaden Fielding, kind of down the right side for Texas here. I didn't bring the beer bong or the beers. I'm stupid. That one's kind of cheating. We'll do that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, no. Let's do that, Andres. That's perfect. James, your comment's perfect. We'll do. How about I will meet you halfway, Andres. I will do 2 shots for you. And we'll give you 2 entries for the Venmo 50-50 raffle, and I'll do 2 shots for you. Or maybe I'll do a shot and a beer cheers. That's fine. We've adjusted the deal. So a shot and a beer cheers and 2 raffle entries. Ewers on 1st and 10. Under pressure, going to go down. Boy, Quinn kind of panicked back there. JTT gets the sack. He did not like it that his first read, maybe 2 reads weren't open. A quick sack for the Buckeyes defense. I mean, that pocket's not that bad. He just kind of ran into pressure there. Shot for you, Andres. Beer cheers to come. On 2nd and 14, Ewers sidearm throw caught by Moore, and Moore will get the first down. Gets them to the Texas 36-yard line. Broccoli says, thanks for the free coverage. I'm chugging a beer now. You know what? I owe a couple beer cheers, so I'll do that here. There. One giant one. Oh, Nandor's saying shots. You got it, bud. I assume these are all for me. Throw to Ryan Wingo on a screen. Wingo gets loose past midfield. Tripped up at the 43. The freshman receiver nearly broke that one for a big gain. That might actually be a run, by the way. That ball might have been a lateral. Shots for you, Nandor. And Wingo almost busted that one. So it is now 1st and 10, Texas, ball at the 42-yard line. They fake the reverse, sidearm throw incomplete, trying to go to Wisner, and they could not convert on that one. Man, if Wingo stays on his feet there, he got tripped up. He had a chance to go the house there. That was close. So we will still do the first $50 Super Chat or Venmo is a beer bong. Got the entries and bonus stuff there for Andres Yabarbo. Take home is now 50 on the Venmo 50-50 raffle, by the way. 50. 2 in the backfield for Ewers. They're going to hand it off to Blue. Jaden Blue cutting it up and getting about 4, maybe 5 to about the 37 or so. That will bring up a critical 3rd down. 5:35 to go here in the first quarter. Texas is marching after an opening drive sack, a big chunk play to Ryan Wingo. They have for now ruled that as a pass. That was close. It was forward, you thought? 3rd and 6.5 here. Ewers in the shotgun. And that's a false start on Texas. Somebody jumped early. Another pre-snap penalty. Seen plenty of those the past few days. Or few games, I guess. So 3rd and 12-ish coming up now. And yeah, Cameron Williams jumps early.
You know, that happened to Texas a lot in critical moments during that Arizona State game as well.
Happened to Notre Dame Penn State, too. The nerves of the moment. He probably knew he was in a one-on-one matchup. Got JTT and a wide 9 set now on that side. Trips left for Texas. Motion coming from DeAndre Moore. He goes upfield. Ewers. And is going to again just run into a sack. It's JTT again getting back there. That's fine pressure. But Quinn Ewers, it's a 4-man rush. The pocket's stable. He can bail to the right and be okay if he needs to bail. That's just not, I just don't understand that. And then, look, there's nobody open. But that is Ewers just running into pressure. And Texas now has to punt. Punt team's away. Good coverage by Ohio State. Leads to a sack. Fair caught at about the 8. Brandon Ennis was back there. And Ohio State now gets the ball. About 4:19 to go here. Got another entry. Maybe that's all the shots I just did in a row. Into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Nicholas Eckhart says, roll Tide. That one of your buddies, Chris, or no? Yeah. As a reminder, folks, we are tri-casting on today's show. We are live on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. We are live on the Ohio State Football Report. And we are live on the Cowboys Report. As we are at the 7,000-ish concurrent viewers across all 3 streams. Happy to have you guys here. Whichever platform you are watching on, make sure you guys are subscribed. Cowboys fans will be live again on next Monday for the CFP if Texas makes it there. We will have plenty of Cowboys updates for you as well, as they still don't have a final answer on Mike McCarthy. And I would not anticipate having one today because Jerry's at the game with Micah Parsons. Chat Sports fans, we will be here for every single playoff game. So we've got some. This is one hell of a football long weekend. You got CFP Semifinals on Thursday and Friday. You got 2 NFL playoff games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, and 1 on Monday. That is just the best. We will be live for every single one of those games. Hit that sub button right now. And Buckeye fans, we will be live if they make it to the championship game. We'll have more coverage for you as well. We will also have a post-game show for you on the Ohio State Football Report. All right, Roy Lee is in there for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Thank you, Roy Lee. I appreciate that. The Venmo 50-50 raffle take-home right now, already up to 70. So 70 on that take-home. Get your Venmo 50-50 raffles in if you haven't already done so. Appreciate that, guys. That's at What's Going Down. To enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Thoughts on, we've got some time here, Chris. Thoughts on what you've seen from the Texas offense so far?
Not looking good. That's for sure. Ohio State's defense is just flying around right now. And really, I mean, like you've been saying, like, the pocket's holding up for Quinn Ewers, and he is just stepping up into pressure instead of either sitting in there and delivering a pass to somebody or getting outside.
I'm going to bet that the game plan going in was the ball's got to be out quick. And that ball's not getting out quick a few times. And when that's been the case, there's, I think, some panic in Ewers, which we've seen before. And I think the pocket manipulation has been kind of rough so far. And I think that for Ohio State's side, when you can get pressure with 4, so much is available to you in the back end in terms of your coverages. It opens up everything. Now, I'm waiting for the Jeremiah Smith shot play on this drive. I'm waiting for it. They go trips right. Henderson is the running back in the pistol behind Howard. This is a play action. They're going to go to Jeremiah Smith on a little behind the line of scrimmage crosser. He's going to pick up 2. They've run that play a bunch in the CFP. They get Smith coming across the formation on play action. Normally that play is to a tight end who goes from one side of the formation to the other on or behind the line of scrimmage. That one was just behind, and he picks up 3 with about 7 yards after the catch. So 2nd and 7, ball at the 11 for Ohio State. Howard in the shotgun. Drops back, looking left, resetting over the middle. Got an open man. It's Carnell Tate, and Tate picks up the first down and more. A ton of time back there for Will Howard. Multiple progressions there. Looks left again, looks right, resets over the middle, and just has Tate in the middle of the field for a first down pickup. For a third receiver, don't have a former top 25 overall recruit as your number 3. 1st and 10, ball to 24 for Howard. Play action. Is it the shot play? Howard pumping, resetting, rolling right, tucking, running, out of bounds, picks up 3 or about 3 really. They might only give him 2. I think they wanted the shot play there, Chris. That's what it looked like to me. They ran that play action. 2nd and 8. .235 to go in the first quarter. Buckeyes 7, Texas nothing. OSU football. From the 26. Just shy of it technically. Motion from Henderson. They give it to him on a reverse. He's going to dance, cut it up, find a crease, get to the outside. First down and more, 40, 45, out of bounds to the 47. Nice running and vision from Travion Henderson as he gets the first down. They had him in the slot. They brought him in motion behind Will Howard. Gave him the handoff. Quinshot Judkins is the lead blocker. Decleats somebody. Creates a crease. Henderson does the rest and picks up a big chunk play.
Very patient there, letting his blocks work and then just finding the seam.
It's a gain of 22 for Henderson. Now 1st and 10 at the OSU 48-yard line. Trips left, empty personnel. They fake the screen to Tate. Howard's got all day over the middle. Caught by G. Scott. Breaks a tackle and picks up 15. Dangerous throw there, but it works for the Buckeyes. As the OSU offense continues to look sharp. Playing 2 deep, and they're just not getting home with 4. That is a tight window throw. I wonder if that ball was meant for Jeremiah Smith, because Smith stopped running. No, he's looking at Scott. He was looking that way. 1st and 10, ball to 38 now. Howard in the shotgun set, 4-man front for Texas. Ibuka goes in motion, trips right now. They give it to Henderson. Henderson is going to get hit at the line and picks up nothing there. Colin Simmons, the very talented true freshman defensive end. And a flag comes out, and I think this is going to be on Henderson for extracurricular activities. One of his linemen hyping him up. It is on Henderson for unsportsmanlike conduct. Oh, he just throws a little forward hand slap. I'm sure something was said. That was Alex January, who he kind of gave a little upward punch to. Not really a punch. His hand was open. Push slap, we'll call it. I don't know. It's not a slap. It's not a punch. Big mistake, though, by Henderson. So 2nd and 24 now. We go back to the OSU 48-yard line. Pistol set for Judkins. Howard keeps it. He's going to lose 2 more. Simmons again on the play. You got some incredible true freshmen in this game. Jeremiah Smith on offense, Colin Simmons on defense. They ran a read option look. He probably should have given that to Judkins. Ethan Burke did a good job kind of keeping contain. But Burke and Simmons get there for a loss. It is now 3rd and forever. 3rd and 26, back at their own 45.5-yard line. Ohio State does not have to run a play here. They do. Howard drops back. Throws, sidearm, caught by Judkins to midfield to pick up 5. And that will be a punt. So the personal foul penalties on personal foul penalty, I should say, on Henderson really hurts them. And if you get up on the mod side, Chris, with all those damn bots, be super helpful. On the Chat Sports one. Troy and Timon got the others. 7-0 gets your votes in. Who you got in this one? T for Texas. O for Ohio State. It is 7-0 in this one. Will Howard, 8 of 10, 79 yards. They've got 8 carries, 43 yards on the ground. But the 15-yard personal foul penalty on Ohio State's Travion Henderson took it from 2nd and 9 at the Texas 37 to 2nd and 24. And Ohio State will punt. I assume they will not go for it on 3rd and 21 from midfield. Would be my guess. Call me crazy on that one. Get your votes in. T for Texas, O for Ohio State. Who you got winning on this one?
Didn't get as out of hand as I kind of thought it might get there in the first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, Texas has had 2 drives, a turnover on downs, a punt. Seemed like OSU had a chance to go get 7 more, but the drive stalled out due to a bad penalty. You know, I'm sure something was said, but you can't have a 15-yard penalty there. Those are drive killers. You know, if you're lucky, it comes after a first down, but on a 2nd and 9, you do it after the play. It's really bad for you. So, who you got? T for Texas, O for Ohio State. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at the end of today's game. Take home right now is 70 on that front. If we get a $50 super chat, I will do a beer bong. I will do a beer bong on that one. If we get a $50, in fact, I'll do 2 actually. 2 beer bongs for a $50 super chat. $10 for shots, $5 for beer cheers. We're at the end of the first quarter in this one. Ohio State 7, Texas nothing. As we are at the end of the first quarter, Broccoli says chug a liter of vodka. No.
How much is it?
A liter, I think.
750 milliliters.
Isn't that
a liter?
There you go.
Might die if I do that.
Might. Well, you might, because your body might reject it, and you will puke, or you'll go into liver failure instantaneously. Who knows? Get your votes in. Who you got? T for Texas, O for Ohio State. Texas is on the verge of getting the football back here. A punt is forthcoming, and I swear to God, if ESPN goes commercial break, punt, commercial break, I'm going to lose my mind. That should be illegal. Punt team on.
I'll put it at plus 150.
We have not called the name Joe McGuire very often. That is the Ohio State punter in this CFP run. Hasn't had much work, but a chance to pin Texas back deep here. Punt is away. Aimed down the right side for Texas. And grabbed at the 10. And reversing field now is Silas Bolden. Bolden to the 20. Fumbles it. Grabs it. And taken down the 25-yard line. Silas Bolden put that ball on the ground. I think he was trying to shift hands because he saw a crease.
I thought he might pick it up and keep going with
it. He grabbed it, and if he didn't slow down, there was room. That just gets knocked out. If he can stay on his feet, Cody Simon might make that tackle anyway. But boy, Bolden had a good return that was a near disaster. Caden Curry, the veteran defensive end, junior, stopped him there. So it will be 1st and 10 Texas. Ball to 25, a good 15-yard return that was almost a disaster and almost more. Draw, tackle broken by Wisner. He's still going to lose a yard. 2nd and 11 as the Texas ground game. First play goes negative yardage on that one. Quinn Ewers now facing 2nd and long for Texas. Really, it's almost 2nd and 13 here. 5 yards on the ground for Texas. Sacks have hurt them. Ball to 23.5. Wisner goes in motion. Ewers pumps that way. Goes back to Wisner. Wisner gets one block and is hit hard by Lathan Ransom, and I think this is going to be holding on Texas. The flag came out directly at Matthew Golden, who was the only blocker in the area. Now, let's see what the flag is. Face mask on Matthew Golden. Ohio State accepts it. So there's a big negative yardage play there by Golden. He's the lone blocker out there against Cody Simon. And he got him. Very clearly got him. Entire side of the helmet. And the ref is right there. You got to throw the flag. Golden's frustrated. He's going to come out for this play. 2nd and about 21 here from the 14. Ewers stepping up, sidearm throws, caught by DeAndre Moore, gets to the 24. So that's going to bring up 3rd and long. Big 3rd down coming up. As a reminder, folks, we are simulcasting. By the way, apparently Golden had gone into the medical tent before this, but did come back out before that face mask penalty. 3rd and 11 here. Ball at the 24. Got to get to the 35 for a first down pickup. OSU showing a 5-man pressure package. Ewers doesn't feel it. Ball pops out. It's loose. Texas dives on it. Ohio State showed pressure off the left side, but they brought it from the right. Ewers never saw it. Ball gets knocked loose, and Texas is lucky to dive on it. Sonny Styles came home on the blitz there. Nickel blitz and more, as Cameron Williams did not do a great job there. Sonny Styles got his hand on it. Igbinosun also got pressure. Williams dives on it to avoid a turnover, but Texas will punt. It is away. Downs on the return at his own 35-yard line. Reversing field is going to get absolutely nowhere. Great kick coverage there by Texas. And with 12:28 to go in the first half, it will be Ohio State football as the Texas offense struggling a little bit here. We get to Dylan Watson's super chat in just a second. But first, a word from today's sponsor, Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. It is available in 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and the location of today's game, Texas. Download the app today over at prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. That's prizepicks.com/CLNS. This one boy, Jack Lotteray, cooked up for this game. He's got less than Quinn Ewers passing yards. Up in the air. Jeremiah Smith more than passing yards, not receiving yards. He's got 1 for 3 so far. Travion Henderson, I will say, 47.5. He already has 23 on 2 carries. So pretty good start on that front. It's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show. By the way, Matthew Golden is heading to the locker room for Texas. He left the game with what looked like an ankle injury, apparently, and is now leaving the game after a 24-yard catch early. Had the 15-yard penalty, helped kill that last drive. Now they're in a bit of a dicey spot. The Super Chat menu, $5. Beer cheers for myself or Chris. I'll do it for Texas because I got the orange, and Chris has the red. $20 shots. Venmo 50/50 raffle at WhatGoingDowney to enter that. Take home is already up to $80. And if we get a $50 Super Chat, I will do 2 beer bongs. That is for a $50 super chat, as we are in theory almost done with this commercial break. And right on cue, there is Matthew Golden. Don't know what they called that for, but gets a Dylan super chat on the Ohio State channel, and another one in just a second. We'll make Chris drink for that. But it's 1st and 10. $12:28 to go in the first quarter. Ohio State football. Will Howard breaks the huddle. 3 left, 1 right. Jeremiah Smith, the lone receiver, right. Howard rolling left, throwing on the move, caught by, I believe that's Carnell Tate, to about the 40 it is. Dylan Watson. Ohio State hasn't had an opponent get called for holding since September. Hasn't mattered tonight, though. I've shut down the Texas offense, but Cowboys fans are doing the one clip of the guy going like that from, I forget the name of the movie, for the Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, I know that. That's Micah Parsons. 2nd and 3.5. Howard, quick one to Tate on a bubble screen, and Tate will get the first down to the 46-yard line. A lot of Carnell Tate early in this game. Get to the chat sports super chat, and a shot for Jacob. Says OHIO, making Chris do a shot. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate that, my friend. 11.5 to go here. 1st and 10. Judkins, the running back for the Buckeyes. 2-by-2 set. 2 receivers, 2 and 2 to the right, 2 to the left. Howard dropping back. Drifting, throwing out of bounds. Got rid of it. Incomplete. Scott was in the area. Texas finally got a little bit of pressure on that one. Not a lot, but a little. They just showed a great clip of Will Howard. His left throwing hand right here has a massive bruise. That is a bone bruise or something broke. That left hand has a massive welt on it. At the Elephant Man hand. 2nd and 10. Howard throws to Smith on a screen, and Smith will only get back to the line of scrimmage, and there will be holding on this one. This one's going to go backwards. G. Scott, you'll see the replay here, Chris, and I think even you'll go, yeah, that's holding. Question is, do they accept it on 3rd and 10 or 2nd and 20? Oh, they called that on Ibuka. Now I want to see a replay. Huh. Called that on Ibuka, not Scott. Okay. Don't tell Kirk that. He keeps calling him, just keeps saying it was on Scott. Now I want to see a replay. Maybe there were 2 holdings there. That does happen sometimes on screens. They also could have called the wrong number. Oh well, no replay. 2nd and 20 from the 36 of Ohio State. Howard drops back to pass. Resets, throws over the middle, caught by the backup tight end. And that gets more than 10. So that is a worthwhile pickup. Kazmarek, the tight end there on that catch. So it's now 3rd and 8. So they actually did gain 2 yards with the penalty. 3rd and 8, big 3rd down coming up here. Texas showing pressure. They're going to bring it on delay. Simmons coming free. Can't get there. Howard over the middle. Dropped by Ibuka. Contact, no flag. Was a really good throw by Howard. That's a tight window to make that throw. Simmons almost got home, got forced wide around the arc and couldn't keep his balance. Ball's got to be caught by Ibuka, though. It's maybe a little bit out of his reach, but it's off his fingertips. That's one that Howard will say, I got to put it a little bit better placement, and Ibuka will say, I got to make that catch. So punt team on. Again for Ohio State. The punt is away. That will bounce at the 7, spin backward and be downed, and taking bounces back and forth to the 8. That ball hit at about the 7, spun back to the 11, then kicked forward again. Whatever platform you are watching on, whether it is the Chat Sports YouTube channel, the Ohio State Football Reports, or the Cowboys Report, do me a favor and like today's video. We are tri-casting on all 3 channels right now. So wherever you are watching, help us out by liking today's live stream. It's free, it's simple, it's easy, and it helps us get even more audience on here. So like the video if you haven't already done so. It is 7-0. Ohio State up over Texas. Will Howard looks pretty sharp right now. They've let him deal a lot more early. You know, the should have touchdown pass to Carnell Tate that was dropped by Tate. The Ibuka probably wanted to make that catch. It would have been a great throw by Howard. There's no real window there on 3rd and long. And this is all done. Got 103 yards to the air. Only 3 from Jeremiah Smith. He has been held in check so far tonight. Doesn't have a lot going his way. Has had 2 targets, really. Or I guess 3. There was a deep shot that they could not connect on. A screen for no gain was called back due to a 10-yard holding penalty anyway. Texas is down by 7, and they have not run the ball well. Trey Wisner's got 3 carries for 4 yards. Or Trey Wisner, excuse me. Has 3 carries for 4 yards. Ryan Wingo's got 1 for 6. Jaden Blue's got 1 for 3. Quinn Ewers taken 3 sacks already for minus 18 yards. So Texas, because of the way college football counts their stats, has negative 5 yards on the ground. That is not particularly great. Like the video if you haven't already done so. Please and thank you. Free, simple, and easy to do. As Texas, the defense has kept them around a little bit. There's been a couple of these drives. It seemed like Ohio State was about to get something going. You know, they get first down pickups. They move the ball, and then penalties have kind of helped stall out these drives. A couple of them have made it into second and very, very longs here. We'll see what Texas does here on offense. Quinn Ewers 6 of 9 for 79 yards. That's great, but when you also take 3 sacks for 18 yards, that's that hidden yardage you don't always see show up necessarily. And Matthew Golden, by the way, of note for Texas, is in the locker room. No details yet on what the injury is, but he is back there. So Texas, for now at least, down their number 1 wide receiver. We'll keep an eye on that Will Howard hand, by the way. Kind of looks like this. Let me get this set up here. This will work. His hand looks like this right now. Just a giant bump on it. The shot glass in there. Handoff to Wisner. Wisner picks up 7 on that one. Big welt on Will Howard's non-throwing hand. And then Matthew Golden in the locker room. At least he was for Texas. I didn't see him out there on that play. They're going heavy personnel on this one. Silas Bolden in the game at wide receiver after the 6.5-yard pickup by Wisner. Ewers hands it off. Wisner finds a bit of a crease that should be enough for a first down. It is. He picks up 4 to the 21-yard line. And Wingo and Silas Bolden out there at wide receiver. They've used Wingo a lot in some run looks today. 1st and 10 at the 20. Ewers going to motion Gunnar Helm. He's been quiet the past 2 games. Or game and at, quarter and a half. Ewers sidearm downfield, throws, caught, and dropped. That is a hospital ball in the direction of Gunnar Helm, who got drilled on that play. Another sidearm throw from Ewers, who's got Gunnar Helm down on a sit route, makes Gunnar Helm leap, and gets a Sonny Styles drill, a clean hit as a result. Sark's wants targeting. I don't think that was. That looked clean to me. That ball's got to be way lower.
Golden's back on the sideline, by the way, but does not have his helmet.
It's not good for Texas. Sark really wants a targeting review here. I didn't think that was targeting. Now, the replay didn't show the full helmet-to-helmet like angles. But, I mean, that ball from Quinn, that can't be placed there. You know, Helm's sitting down here on a 12-yard hitch. That ball is up here, making Helm jump, putting him in the direction of Sonny Styles coming back this way. That ball can't be placed there. There is a long delay here. I think Texas avoided the delay of game, but didn't get the targeting review. Ewers on 2nd and 10 will throw. Caught by Moore. Big hit by Lathan Ransom. Ball popped out after. So it's actually Jordan Hancock. Excuse me. That's a gain of 4. And, we got an injured Buckeye. I can't quite tell who that is. I think that's JTT. He's down, grabbing his left ankle. Well, this would be a considerable loss for Ohio State. Let's see if they show the replay. Texas. Texas's Cameron Williams blocking, I think that was Edric Houston, kind of in on accident into JTT, and that ankle kind of just gets rolled up on and pops right back out underneath it. That's, I think, best case, you're looking at an ankle sprain there for JTT and potentially more. Hopefully he is okay. That one would be concerning for the Buckeyes. We'll get an update once the game resumes. The Super Chat menu on today's show. $5 beer cheers. I'll drink for Texas. Chris will drink for Ohio State fans. Every $5 from an OSU fan will make Chris do a beer cheers. $5 for Texas. I will do one. $20 for shots. Got the lower proof orange dyed vodka. We'll do that. Chris will do $20 for shots. Venmo 50/50 raffle at What's Going Downing. For the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Take home right now is up to 70. So I'll put that link in the comment section and the description of today's, or in the comment section, the live chat, I should probably call it, at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Take home last night was 160. We're almost halfway there. We got to get those numbers up to you guys what that take home ends up being. But at minimum, I say 70, but I mean, we're not going to, I'm sure we'll get higher on that front. If we get a $50 super chat, I will do 2 beer bongs. 2 beer bongs for a $50 super chat. So that is available until we get one. Maybe I should make that the goal on each channel. In fact, I will make it the goal on each channel. I'll put 45 minutes on the timer because you got the goal feature there. I am tempted. In fact, I'll do it. I'll put it on each channel, and it's got the 45-minute timer. Each channel, first 50, I will do 2. I might really live to regret that, or maybe not live, but I'll put it up as a goal on each channel for 45 minutes. 2 beer bongs for one $50 super chat, eligible for each channel to count. Call me crazy. So 3rd and 6 as JTT limped off to the locker room, or into the tent, the medical tent. They've got Kenyatta Jackson out there at defensive end on this play, a three-man front for Ohio State. They rotate a linebacker down on 3rd and 6. Jaden Blue comes in motion. He's now to the left of Ewers, going to the right side now. Ewers throwing downfield, and that's just a terrible throw. I don't know if you're going to get DPI. I don't know where Quinn Ewers is throwing that ball. That is a slot fade. They're dialing up to Ryan Wingo. That probably should have been defensive holding. That jersey gets pulled. I get why Sark's mad. I think Ohio State got away with that one. I don't think that first play to Helm was targeting. That one should have easily been defensive, and that jersey came off. But that's also a bad throw by Quinn. So punt team on again for Texas. Good punt. Downs grabs that at his 35, and good coverage. No return at all. It was fair caught. I feel like that should have been at least a holding there on Ohio State. Oh, yeah. They just showed the replay of how that Howard bruise popped up on his hand right into a face mask. So, I mean, I doubt it's broken. You know, that screams bone bruise to me with how quickly that ended up appearing. But, I mean, it continues to swell. It looks more red than it did on the last drive. But it's the offhand. So it's not the throwing hand. Hasn't impacted his throw so far tonight. 11 of 15 for 103 with a couple drops mixed in there. Smith on Barron, one-on-one. Boundary side. They're going to hand it off here to field side. Hand it off to Henderson for 0 gain. Good stop there by the Texas defense. So 7:55, and now another Texas player is slow to get up. A sudden battle of attrition. Bill Norton. Grad transfer. There's JTT. That left ankle heavily taped. Trying to fight through it here. I don't know if he's going to be able to play through that one. He'll try, but that doesn't look particularly great to me. Be a sizable loss for Ohio State if JTT cannot return to the football game. Right now, Bill Norton is on one knee being attended to here. I got JTT trying to test that, firing off and moving downfield, but Bill Norton, did he get rolled up on or got some helmet to helmet there with Henderson lowering his helmet? Second and 10. Two in the backfield, Judkins and Henderson, who's at fullback. They toss it to Judkins. Judkins cutting it up and is going to get about 6 or 7. There is a flag. I think this is going to be holding on Ohio State. One of the pulling linemen. Yeah, this one is also pretty darn obvious. When the defender kind of does a pirouette 180 because he's getting reached and wrapped around, and they got the hands on the outside of the jersey, they're going to call that every time. 70's got his hands behind the shoulder pads of Texas's linemen. That's just going to get called. That's Josh Fryer, the right tackle. That's going to get called pretty much every time. There's no way around it. That's going to be holding. Second and 20. Howard drops back. Downfield, caught by Scott. It's going to be a gain of about 7 to the 32. That will bring up 3rd and 13 inside of 7 minutes to go. as G. Scott is a little slow to get going, working on that shoulder. Third down. You can type in those threes if you want to stop or not. I think there's a real chance that you'll see JTT back on the field the next drive, but we shall see. 3rd and 13, 9 seconds on the play clock here. Texas drops the corners off. Howard, and whistle blows. This might be a false start on Ohio State. Simmons and Josh Fry are jawing a little bit there. I don't hear whistles, so I'm always a bit late to react to them. False starts on Luke Montgomery, the guard, as they've kind of moved to a bit of a rotation with some injuries on the interior of the offensive line. So back him up 5 yards as, yeah, he got an early start. He's also too far off the line. The left guard should not be lined up behind the left tackle. It's not how it's supposed to be. So 3rd and 18. I mean, look at that. The guards are behind the tackles. You never see that. That's too far back. Howard drops back, has some time, downfield, along the sidelines, caught by Ibuka, but he only is going to get about 15. So it's actually Carnell Tate. So they will punt. Not a lot of plays in the playbook for 3rd and 18 outside of Effett, Jeremiah Smith down there somewhere, which they haven't called very much today. Been a quiet first half for Jeremiah Smith. 1 catch, 3 yards. Punt team on again. Joe McGuire, we have not called his name often today. Silas Bolden had a good return last time, fumbled it, but did recover. Great coverage here for the Buckeyes. Bolden, fair caught at the 14. Lorenzo Styles was right there in his face, too. About as close as you can be without getting the penalty called on you. So Texas will come back out on offense. This game opened a turnover on downs for Texas in Ohio State territory. The Buckeyes scored a 10-play, 64-yard drive. Since then, Texas punt, OSU punt, Texas punt, OSU punt, Texas punt, OSU punt. Penalties have been a factor in those drives, all stalling out. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey. To get in on that, I'll put the link to it in the live chat for all 3 channels we are live on. If every time each channel gets a $50 super chat, I will do 2 beer bongs. That is up to 6 beer bongs, potentially all in a row, which you're going to get Burpee Tom and maybe even Slurring Words Tom mixed in there a little bit. The Venmo 50-50 raffle take-home right now is up to 70. 70 on that front. Sure, we'll get more. Game has very much slowed down, though, here, Chris. Very much slowed down. Thoughts on it so far?
I mean, the defenses are starting to play really, really well.
Penalties are hurting, too.
Yeah, penalties are definitely hurting. Very, very sloppy stuff, especially Texas' offensive line. I mean, how many false starts have they had now so far? It's been a couple.
False
critical
starts
moments, too.
False starts, and, I mean, JTT was cooking Cameron Williams.
Yeah.
I'd like to get Wisner going again some more, too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's better on that last drive for Texas. He picks up 7 yards, 4 yards, but then they go pass. And Quinn's got Gunnar Helm for a first down pickup, and he puts it in a bad place. The ball can't be high and to the left where the coverage is. It's got to be in the gut and to the receiver's right. So, but defenses have been sharp so far here.
Yeah, I wonder how long it takes Texas to go to Arch. Because I mean, it's not like they haven't not been trying to do that throughout the season too.
I would be a little bit surprised. We'll see.
I mean, I'm not saying right now. I'm just in general. If it's getting into the third quarter, they still can't get the offense going.
I think it would only come in we need a massive juice of some type here. Like not like If it's still a one-score game, I think they're going to ride with Quinn. Oh, there's the ankles for Matthew Golden. That left one got rolled up pretty good. So he is on the sideline, Matthew Golden, our number one receiver, but helmet in hand. It's a big loss for Texas. He was awesome those first two playoff games and has been almost at 1,000 yards this year anyway. Ewers, screen to Isaiah Bond. Bond is going to pick up 8. That is the Bama transfer doing a nice job there. And now Wingo is a little bit slow to get up. A lot of guys just kind of getting rolled up on, landed on in a physical game in the first half. 5 minutes to go. Second and 2. Ewers in the pistol. Cheat motion with DeAndre Moore. A little flip pass or flip pitch left. For a second, that was to Jaden Blue, I thought that was a busted play. Because they're in the pistol. Ewers turns this way and then just kind of flips it back to the left. It's a clever design to try to get the eyes of the linebackers going the other way. 1st and 10. Helm in motion to the right side. DeAndre Moore in motion, orbit style behind Ewers. It's a handoff to Weisner. Weisner's going to get about 5 on that one. 4 minutes to go. Both these offenses have been about top 20 for the good portion of the season, but both their defenses are top 5. In fact, all 4 teams in the CFP Semifinals had top 8 defenses statistically this season. Ewers in the empty now. Ball at his own 30.5-yard line. Drops back. Stepping up. Downfield. Taking a shot. A lot of contact. DeAndre Moore wants a flag. He is not going to get it. Jordan Hancock in coverage. Overshot by Quinn Ewers. Sarah is into our Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Take home is now 80 on that one. It's at What Going Downey to enter. Sarah Brown is in. Third and 5. Ewers stepping up, hitching, throwing, bobbled and dropped. That ball has to be caught by Isaiah Bond. Ewers was crow-hopping forward, finding the pocket space. That hits Isaiah Bond in the chest. That ball cannot be dropped. He does a great job to get open, and he didn't need to jump there. It's a little high, sure. It's a bit wobbly, but that is a pure drop. That ball cannot be missed by Isaiah Bond. Not a great snap on the punt. Corralled, it's away. Caleb Downs at his own 26 grabs it. What a ill-timed drop for the Bama transfer at wide receiver. You got to catch that football. Quinn Ewers kind of, crow-hopping in there, finds him, hits him. It's not the most accurate throw in the world, but that ball, ask any receiver who's ever played the game. That should be caught every single time. That is in your frame of being able to catch it. You didn't need to jump there. It's unnecessary. Guy that jumps always worries me because it means you're just not confident in your hands. And he bobbles it and drops it. A massive mistake for Isaiah Bond. And now the Buckeyes, with 3:23 to go here in the first half, a chance to extend their lead. Howard, long handoff to Judkins, reversing field. He's going to get nothing on that one. The Texas front, after a couple early big runs allowed, have very much settled in to their run defense, which if they're going to be able to do that with a 4-man front, that makes life challenging on the Ohio State passing offense. 2nd and 10. Two receivers left. Ibuka comes in motion in the slot. Texas bringing a blitz. Tipped at the line. and almost picked by Barron. Colin Simmons again making a play in this one. 3rd and 10 now. 2:41 to go in the first half. And Texas brought the extra rusher. They had to adjust the offensive line. That leaves Simmons as a free man. The OSU defense, Earl line, did pick that one up properly. But Simmons got his hands up. A great frame. 3rd and 10. Ball at the 27-yard line. They got Barron kind of lined up as a robber right now at almost linebacker. He's coming in on a delayed blitz. Howard going to go down. It's a sack. Multiple Texas defenders get home, including Trey Moore. Anthony Hill as well. 4th down. OSU will punt as the defensive slugfest continues. And I wanted to take the shot play to Jeremiah Smith, but good coverage, and the Texas blitz got home first. That will take us down to the 2-minute warning. The first sack of the day comes at a very good time for Texas, as they will get a chance to tie this game up, which matters a lot because the Buckeyes get the ball to begin the second half. We are tri-casting right now on the Ohio State Football Report, the Chat Sports YouTube channel, and on the Cowboys Report. All 3 channels live right now. 6,500 or so across all 3 streams. Appreciate that, folks. Hit that sub button if you haven't already done so on whatever stream you are watching on. We have you guys covered. Hit that sub button as the defenses have stepped up. Again, these are 2 of the best defenses in college football. Texas is like number 4. Ohio State's like ranked number 1 going into the CFP, and they've both done a pretty good job so far over the course of the season. The defenses standing strong in this one. Hit that sub button on the Cowboys stream, on the Chat Sports stream, and on the Ohio State stream. OSU fans, we will have a post-game reaction show for you as well after the game wraps up. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at halftime as well at What's Going Downey to get in on that. The take-home on the Venmo 50-50 raffle right now is up to $80. So get in on that at What's Going Downey if you haven't already done so. It has been a punt fest since the opening drive, a turnover on downs by Texas. OSU scores. Since then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and about to be 9 straight punts between these 2 teams. We've done Ohio State CFP watch parties. I'll go back and double check. I don't think we've called Joe McGuire's name as much as in this first half as we have all year. They punted 5 times against Oregon, but a lot of that was in garbage time. Same with Tennessee when we're not really, mentioning the punter's name as much. Joe McGuire's got 3 punts for 126 yards. Michael Kearns got 4 for 174. McGuire's pinned Texas back deep twice inside their own 20. Hit that sub button if you haven't already done so, whichever stream you are watching on, as we should be wrapping up this seemingly crazy long 2-minute warning break here. OSU's first 2 drives went 18 plays for 107 yards. OSU's last 3 drives, 11 plays, 14 yards. Someone said that the drop from Isaiah Bond was he hit aggressive catch instead of secure catch on accident. I do hate when you do that because they always drop it. That's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Super chats on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. As the punt is away from McGuire, Bolden calls for the fair catch at his own 41. And some more jawing going on there as Texas will come back out on offense. As at least they did this like the brief commercial crap, but I hate when you go punt, 2-minute warning, punt, break. Just annoying. JTT is still on the sidelines for Ohio State. He tweaked his ankle, got rolled up on, kind of nasty like earlier. William is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Thank you, William. Bolden comes in motion, now back to the left side. Handoff to Wisner. That looked like a face mask. Maybe not. Tyleik Williams got something. Maybe it was just the inside of the jersey. Thank you, William, for the Venmo 50-50 raffle entry. William Camphouse. Take home is now 90 on that front. Thanks, William. 2nd and 10, down to 1:20 here at the 41-yard line. They fake the toss left. Ewers, you're just going to throw that one away out of bounds. This feels like play calling in which you don't trust your quarterback. You come out of the 2-minute warning break, get the ball at the 41-yard line, great field position. You do a run for no gain, and you set up that fake swing, fake vert swing pass. I don't like that. 3rd and 10. 1:15 to go in the half. Delayed blitz. Ewers stepping up, looking, running, diving. I don't think he got it. Oh, they're going to give a very generous spot. That you notice those two officials disagreed. The near side official said Ewers was short. The one in the field gave him the first down. That might be worth a review, and they are going to review this. I don't know watching live if Quinn got that. I love the effort. Lowering the shoulder, kind of diving for it. I thought he was a yard shy. This angle shows me nothing. Show me the sideline view. Maybe that right knee wasn't down. Ewers looked to the sideline to get to where he had to go. He's short. He is a yard short. He is at the 50-yard line. The line to gain was the Ohio State 49. I like the awareness to know if he needs to dive or not, looking at the sideline briefly. But he is short. That far side official had that spot perfectly, and he got overruled. As that guy in the middle kind of came over and said, no, we got the first down, which is they marked him a full yard past where he actually came to rest. Kind of frankly, a really bad spot. That one is going to bring up 4th and 1. And now what do? Do you go for this or not? Decisions here. Do they hard count? Does Ohio State call a timeout here? Who calls the timeout?
Yeah, I was going to say, because the clock's going to roll as soon as they blow it, or as soon as they give them the good to go ahead to go.
This is going to be one of those, like, everyone's waiting, like, do you want to call a timeout? 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 Like, it's going to be one of those, slow to react things here. Of, like, there's, like, a long discussion where, like, everyone's kind of, like, staring down like, I'm not going to call a timeout, are you? By the way, Arch Manning. Helmet. Oh, he's just, okay, they're just in the huddle. They had extra guys in the huddle. I was thinking, are they going to do the Arch Manning quarterback run package here? But I think they're just talking with they're just all in the huddle together. But they do have Arch in that core huddle alongside Quinn Ewers, and Arch is kind of stretching. Like he might come in.
They've been...
That's what they're doing. It's Arch Manning.
On those short yardage plays, whether that's in the red zone or plays like this, the read option
threat
game,
of the run.
Yeah.
So Arch Manning coming in for this play. 1:01 to go in the half. 4th and 1 from midfield. I don't know why the Texas crowd is on their feet cheering. This is where they're supposed to be quiet. So Manning is in the shotgun here. Clock will start. 1 minute to go in the half. Helm goes under center. They snap it between his legs. Manning gets the first down and gets to the 42. Ball pops out, but he's down. He is down. And Texas will probably call a timeout here. What a clever design. They bring Gunnar Helm in under center, snap it between Gunnar Helm's legs to Arch Manning for a quarterback power. Yeah, he's got all the body parts down. Now, that ball was starting to move a little bit. That's actually a good point there, Chris. The fumble, I think, was closer than it looked in real time, but it looks like it's still attached to his body. I would like to look at that for targeting, too. That ball, I think he still has possession. But I think you're right. That could be looked at for targeting. That left knee is down. It looks like the ball is still in his hands, but I can't actually be for certain if that ball's in his hands because it moves. That's actually a lot closer than I thought it was live. And I do think you're right, Chris. That could be looked at for targeting. But I think Ransom gets the back of Arch Manning's shoulder pads. See, that angle, it looks like it's in his hands. That other angle, kind of behind Arch, looks like it's coming loose a little bit. I think this is going to be a play that stands. I think. And they're going to let that play stand. I think that is their call, but it was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. 49 seconds to go. 1st and 10. Quinn Ewers back at the game. Ball at the 42. Ewers against the blitz. Sidearm throws. Caught high by Bolden. Bolden wrapped up. Breaks the tackle. 30. 25-20. Out of bounds to the 19. Silas Bolden. What a catch and run that was by the shifty receiver. I thought he was dead to rights at the 35. Just spun out of it. Stayed on his feet. And picks up a big chunk gain. Denzel Burke could not bring him down. 39 seconds left, a gain of 24 to Bolden. From the 18, we're inside the Prize Picks red zone. They faked a reverse handoff. They bat it down at the line. Incomplete. Kenyatta Jackson gets his hands up. In for the injured JTT. Kenyatta Jackson, I think might be how it's pronounced. They ran that fake reverse screen play that they love to run. They had blockers, too, if Jackson's hands don't get up on that one. Forex SL Champ says Dougie might swerve, bend that corner. He's doing rap lyrics, right? He also had something else in there about Bruce Campbell and Dougie. I assume this is lyrics of some type. This is a how do you do fellow kids for me. So I don't know what we're talking about here. OSU calls timeout, 34 seconds left. Eric Belka is in to the Venmo 50-50 raffle. End of game take home is now up to $100 on the nose. So we are seconds away here from the end of the first half. There's 34 seconds to go. Texas has the ball in Ohio State territory for, I believe, just the third time, and their first time since the first quarter, and it's their first time in the red zone. They now face 2nd and 10. Both teams have 2 timeouts. 34 seconds to go. From the 18, OSU showing a pressure look here. Now they drop it back. It might come. They got 7 in the box. They're going to bring 4. Ewers taking the shots to the fade of the end zone. Jaden Blue is open. Touchdown, Texas. Jaden Blue out of the slot on the fade. He scores. And Texas gets on the board. Extra point away from a tie ball game with 29 seconds left in the first half. Big needed play by Quinn Ewers and the Texas offense. Jaden Blue making the catch. And now Bert Auburn. Or wait a minute. No. That was actually Will Stone, the kickoff specialist. Not the normal kicker, Bert Auburn. Will Stone kicked that extra point, not Bert Auburn. They had Jaden Blue there. That's just a wheel route out of the backfield. Wonder if they ran mesh with Wingo and they sneak out Jaden Blue out of the backfield. And they kind of run a vertical route with Wingo and just let Blue kind of get out of the backfield against the linebacker. It's a good throw by Ewers. Probably, I think by far his best throw all night. Now, the first one to Matthew Golden was pretty good. I think a better catch. That's a running back wheel route. And you just get Styles hesitating ever so slightly right on the money to Jaden Blue. And again, late hands there too. His hands don't go up until the ball's right in front of him. And that's why you see Styles get his hand up late. Because he can't react to it because he doesn't know when the ball's coming out. So Texas on the board. 7-7 here. 29 seconds left in the first half. Kickoff from Stone coming up here.
Texas did the old remember the Titans.
They did.
Celebration there.
Yeah, it was fun. Kick is away. And that'll be fair caught, or through the end zone, I should say, for a touchback. 29 seconds to go here in the first half. OSU does have 2 timeouts. So they have enough time to push this ball downfield. It has been a quiet first half for Jeremiah Smith. 1 catch, 3 yards. Carnell Tate has 5 for 54, and it should be 6 for 61 and a touchdown, or like 62 and a touchdown, but he dropped one on the opening drive. The OSU offense has stalled out after a strong start since that Henderson penalty. 14 plays, 43 yards. That's it. But a chance for more here. Henderson in the game, 3 receivers right. Jeremiah Smith wide left. Howard dropping back. Pressure coming. Throws it on a screen to Henderson. Henderson's got blockers. He gets to the first down, 40. Henderson's loose, 50, 40. It's a foot race. It's a screen. It's a Buckeye touchdown. Travion Henderson. Oh, my goodness. The Buckeyes score. 75 yards on a running back screen to Travion Henderson. And the Buckeyes are about to go 2 for 1 because they get the ball to begin the second half. I mean, what a play. We had 7 points in the first quarter and all but a minute. And in the last 30 seconds, we're going to get 14 points. At least. 75-yard screen. Travion Henderson to the house. The extra point, though, is barely good. Squeezed in the left upright. So Texas has 2 deep safeties. They drop guys into coverage. There's only 4 guys blitzing. And there's everybody else's lead blocking for Travion Henderson. They got 2 linemen downfield. Hill gets cleared out. Missed tackle by Makuba. Henderson goes untouched. 75 yards. I mean, talk about an answer. Henderson's got 75 yards through the air and 23 on the ground. He has touched the ball in today's game 4 times. He's explosive. That's what he does. Judkins is the lead back. He gets more touches. And then Henderson comes in for the explosive plays. Keeps him fresh. Well, this game, it felt like, okay, we're going to go into half. Maybe it's 10-7, 7-7. OSU had time, getting the field goal range. Well, that just flipped the game on its head. Buckeyes just called timeout, by the way, which is very rare on a kickoff. Right when Texas feels like they're getting some positive momentum, they get gashed for a 75-yard screen touchdown by Travion Henderson. There's still 13 seconds left to go here in the first half. Texas has 2 timeouts, but you know what I would do if I were Texas? I'd call the exact same play Ohio State just did. That's what I do. That's what I do. Again, I don't really know what 4XL champ is referring to. This feels like bait. This feels like bait. I'm not going to fall for it. But I appreciate the super chat. 14-7 here. 13 seconds left. Jaden Fielding on for the kickoff here for the Buckeyes. That is down the left side for Texas. A high, short kick. Fair caught at the 20. So I don't think they wanted to let guys like Silas Bolden get their hands on a return there. So 13 seconds left, 2 timeouts. You've got time for 2 vertical pushes here downfield or a kneel down. That's one way to redeem yourself for a 15-yard unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Is bust a 75-yard screen for 6. So Texas in the shotgun here. 3-man front. Ewers going to hand it off to Wisner. Wisner is going to get the first down. 8 seconds left. They pick up 13. Timeout called. Positive gain. You've got maybe enough time to get into field goal range, but that's going to be pushing it a little bit. And I would wonder who kicks for Texas. Bert Auburn was their kicker all season long, but he has been a disaster class. First and 10. I also don't know what 4XL Champ is referring to now with his latest super chat. I have no idea. I feel like an old man not knowing what these are in reference to. But I thank you for the super chat. 7 seconds left. First and 10. Ewers drops back. Throws. Dropped along the sideline by Ryan Wingo. There is a flag, which, I mean, a flag is not a bad thing here for Ohio State. Help prevent the catch from being made. It's not going to put him into field goal range. I will give every single Ohio State fan one guess as to who that penalty is on in the secondary. And that is very clear holding on Davison Igbinosun. He is a penalty magnet this year. 14 flags. So first and 10, 1 timeout here for Texas. It's at their own 48-yard line. They will call their final timeout. And just try to max protect to an extent, and or maybe you roll the pocket and get somebody out there for a big play shot. Looks like, I wonder if Will Stone in this game is going to get his first ever field goal attempt. Bert Auburn's been their kicker. Bert Auburn did not kick the extra point. Two seconds left here. Bevo is in attendance tonight. Did not make it to the last game, I don't believe. There wasn't space for him. A lot more space at Jerry World on the sidelines. Don't think he's able to go to the championship game either if Texas makes it that far. So likely Hail Mary time. OSU showing 5. They run a stunt. Ewers stepping up, avoids the sack, stumbling, resets, chucks it to the end zone. It's 2 guys go for the ball, and they both don't get it. Incomplete. That ball was short of the end zone. Both Lathan Ransom and Malik Hartford wanted the chances to set up a long pick 6 chance. So halftime, Ohio State 14, Texas 7. As the 75-yard screen with about 29 seconds to go in the half changes the complexion of this game. The Buckeyes now lead 14-7 in this one. We will do some halftime coverage here in just a second. So hit that sub button, whichever platform you are watching on. We are simulcasting right now on the Chat Sports YouTube channel, on the Cowboys Report YouTube channel, and on the Ohio State Football YouTube channel. Appreciate every single person who has subbed, who has liked, who has commented, who has just tuned in for today's stream. You guys are awesome. I will make note as we deal with this very long, unnecessarily long halftime break. Every single super chat will do 2-for-1 specials. We will keep open. There's only 2 minutes left on the 2-for-1 beer bong offer. We'll keep that open for now. Every $5 super chat is 2 beer cheers for either myself or producer Chris Daughtry. And every $20 super chat is 2 shots for myself and Chris or Chris. And, we will do, maybe we'll do $10 as 1 shot too. And I think we can make that happen. So 10 for 1, 2 for 20, I think is fair. 20 for 2, 10 for 1. We are also going to do the Venmo 50-50 race at the end of the game. Venmo at me at WhatGoingDowney, $20 to enter that one. We'll talk about the game here, of course, at the half as well. Texas 7, Ohio State 14. It will be Ohio State football to begin the second half of this one. A strong performance in that opening half. At the end and the very beginning by the Ohio State offense. Very quiet outside. Even really for both teams. Their best drives outside of the Hail Mary from Texas were their first drives and last drives. Will Howard, 14 of 19. 200 yards and 1 touchdown. 75 yards coming on the screen to Travion Henderson to essentially end the half. Jeremiah Smith, though, held in check. 1 catch, 3 yards. They have not. It's been 75 yards from Travion Henderson, 54 yards from Carnell Tate. So it's the number 1A/1B back and the number 3 receiver carrying the load through the air for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Travion Henderson, 3 carries, 23 yards. Quinshon Judkins, 5 carries, 20 yards. There are a pair of notable injuries as well. JT Tuimoloau rolling up that ankle, getting kind of pinned as a player fell into him. And that is a unfortunate development there for JTT. And then Matthew Golden is injured for Texas. His ankle also rolled up on. Quinn Ewers, 10 of 20 for 133 yards, a key score on the throw to Jaden Blue, and 3 sacks for Quinn Ewers as well, which did have a nice 9-yard run, but it was 3 for -18 that killed a couple different drives for Texas. As they did get points, they have not run the ball that great. Trey Wisner's got 8 for 33. Jaden Blues got 2 for 6. Arch Manning had 1 for 8. Took a pretty big shot on his lone run that was nearly a fumble. But we'll have to see if we see any more of Arch Manning. At least the Quinn Ewers touchdown drive kind of allays the calls for Arch for at least one more possession. Probably not beyond that there. It's been the explosive running from Travion Henderson, who took that screen 75 yards, about 80 yards for the catch, something like that. Texas brought 4, and they dropped 2 safeties back deep, and then there was just nobody out there because the numbers game was in favor of OSU. It was a perfectly timed screen call, and OSU takes to the house. We got some super chats on the Cowboys we'll get to here, by the way, in just a second too. No Matthew Golden had a great 24-yard catch to begin the game. Held in check since then. Isaiah Bonds got 1 catch, 8 yards, and a bad drop too. A really bad drop. You can't have. A couple fumbles occurred by Texas of their own. But it's been a pressure-filled game for Ohio State early in the game in this one. Need better Quinn Ewers. The OSU defense has looked really good so far. Both these defenses are top 10 defenses top 5 in the country, and it sure felt like that outside of a couple of big chunk plays. We don't wife these 304s. Would Zeke be the best running back on Texas? See, now there's no way I can answer this without being a hater. There's no way that I can answer it. Wisner went for 1,000 yards. I think I'll answer this way. With the way that Texas uses their backs, I don't love his fit. Let's put it that way. You're also down injuries too. Texas's best running back this year wasn't supposed to be Wisner. Wasn't supposed to be Jaden Blue. Supposed to be C.J. Baxter. He's been out for the entire season. Neil McCoy, $10 super chat. That is a shot for me. Appreciate that, Neil. Playing prevent on steroids in that situation is a fireable offense. Shark should not be allowed back on the plane. I don't somehow spilled. That's cool. I don't really know if that was prevent so much as I got that. So much as it was like just too high shell coverage, but because they brought 4. Prevent to me is when you bring 3, and I hate when you bring 3. Like Anthony Hill was in the area, but they had 2 guys on him because they got 4 guys behind line of scrimmage. Numbers game is just all out of whack there. Also, that's a defensive coordinator call anyway. I don't think Sark does anything on defense, frankly. So, but cheers to you, Neil. Bottoms up. Either way, that hurts. That one hurts. Had a $5 super chat, I believe, just coming on the Cowboys or on the Cowboys report as well. I think, unless I'm mistaken here. It's kind of getting a little. Yeah, the boss just came through. It's getting a little slow on mine with all the tabs up, unfortunately. Who would have thought that was going to be the case today? Literally everybody involved would have thought that. The boss, beer cheers to you. It's 2 of them, actually. Bottoms up. I feel like one of the keys to the game was Texas stopping OSU's offense. Appears UT isn't going to roll over. Also, Big Mike needs to go. That's, of course, Mike McCarthy related. Look, I said it on Monday. Said it on going into the week. Over-under when the Eagles play at over-under halftime of when the Eagles play on Sunday. This is a predictable team stuck on their ways to what they did with Jason Garrett. Would it surprise anyone if they did that then? I do think, these defenses that are so good have shown up so far. There's been some chunk plays. There's been some big explosive plays more so on the Ohio State side than the Texas side. Although Texas does have 3 different 20-plus yard catches. OSU only has 1 of those on the screen to Henderson. But, it's been a defensive battle outside of the final minute and change in the first half. So we'll see which side wins the day coming out here in the second quarter. But we are at the half. Reminder of the Super Chat offerings here today. $5 during halftime, 2 beer cheers. $10, 1 shot. $20, 2 shots. So that's halftime specials. It'll become $20 for a shot once the game gets going. But we'll do 10 for 1, 20 for 2. Venmo 50/50 raffle at What's Going Downey to get in on that. Take home is already $100 on today's end of game raffle. So take home is up there, already pretty high for the Venmo 50/50 raffle at What's Going Downey if you want in on that one. Halftime specialty only. I will do 3 beer bongs for $50. That's what I did last night, and I was burpy for about a good 20 minutes straight. I will do 3 beer bongs for a $50 super chat at halftime. Three for 1 specialty offering just during halftime because we know there's still a good 10, 15 minutes to go until halftime here. So I am curious your thoughts here, Chris, on either team in the first half.
I'm honestly impressed with both defenses. I know you had the 75-yard touchdown there right at the end, but that first drive by Ohio State, they went right down the field, 10 plays, just bam, 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 scored that touchdown. But then Texas's defense really did calm down. They've gotten a little bit of help as well. There's the 50. Hey, you might have even got another 50 on Venmo, too. I'm not sure.
I did.
I knew that was going to come back and bite you in the ass.
Okay, no more 50s. No more 50s. No more 3 for 1 offerings. It's back down to 1 for 50.
Oh, man.
I do owe 6, though. It wouldn't be right otherwise. It wouldn't be right otherwise. So I'm going to need some beers, bud. Message Sam, say, hey, Tom's doing 6 beer bongs. Is you sure you want us to do Alexa tonight? Oh, that's 6 beer bongs. I got 2 out here already. All righty. Coming in from Nandor Bank and Cameron Palmer. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right. Can't be scared. Six in a row. I think the deal is I have to get them done before halftime resumes. Self-imposed rules here. If I don't get it done before halftime is over, whatever I have left gets doubled. I think that's fair, right? I think that's fair. Cameron Palmer and Nandor Bank on Venmo, 50 for 3. Pablo says, yes, he is a dummy. I don't know if that's to me or not, but boy, it applies. Let's go. Anyway, you're talking about defenses and shit, Chris. If you want to bring yourself back on and start talking again.
Yeah, I was just saying, I was really impressed by especially Texas's defense. Ohio State went down there, just bam, 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 scored on that first drive, and I really did think it was going to be a long night for Texas. But they calmed down, made some adjustments, and like you said, they've really kept Jeremiah Smith in check. At least in that first half. Maybe Ohio State now makes some adjustments here in the second half, and they could get the ball to him. Whether that's just some kind of quick play to him out on the edge, little bubble screen or something like that. Get some offensive linemen out there in front of him or something like that. But
there you go.
I didn't have really any faith in Quinn Ewers coming into this game, and it's kind of looking pretty decent. 10 for 20 right now, 133 yards. Hasn't been terrible. Has not gotten help from his wide receivers, though. Don't have the actual drop stats here, but there's been a couple that should have gone for at least 10-plus yards anyways that they've dropped.
Yeah, I mean, Tate had the touchdown catch in his hands, where it wasn't, if you guys ever watched Wake Forest offenses, that long mesh stuff, that was almost a long mesh. Like that fooled me. I thought that was a run play. There had that point of contact between quarterback and running back for so long, and Howard got the ball out so quickly. Hits Tate's right in the hand. He gets separation because Barron's playing outside leverage because he's got no help over there. He should have linebackers in the middle. Oof. Crazy. All right, number 3 coming up here. Or were you talking about Texas and drops?
Well, I was talking about Texas and drops, but
Oh.
honestly, both teams.
Oh, I'm still that one on me not paying attention with beer bongs there. That's on. That's
comes
on me.
the-
That's on me. That's on me.
That's
Hand
the-
up. Hand up.
That's the multiple beer bongs in a row getting to Tom fast there. Silas Bolden, I don't think he's come back in the game yet.
And
Texas has gotten
great catch and
lucky,
run.
too, on 2 fumbles that they have recovered.
Yeah. Bolden had the good return that he just kind of got hit and bobbled it and was lucky to kind of dive back on that football. It was a near disaster, frankly.
Ohio State's defense so far, 3 sacks, 3 TFLs. They're really flying around.
Yeah, they are.
JTT, I didn't see him come back into the game. They wrapped that left ankle after he got rolled up on. And, I mean, he was cooking. He was cooking. He had a sack and a half, a TFL and a half. And that was, I mean, when did that injury happen? Sometime in the first, second quarter there.
Yeah, second quarter.
Obviously.
Jackson made a nice play getting his hands up. There have been a couple times now that Ewers passes. He's got that sidearm release a lot. He is not an over the top guy where that comes in like that. He constantly comes in at a very low angle. That the ability to throw it with the velocity he does with those sidearm releases is impressive, but it creates that lower trajectory, and that's how you get passes batted down at the line of scrimmage at the frequency at which he does. And it also leads to inaccurate throws downfield. His footwork is... I made this comment a lot on different shows here. Footwork is personal for quarterbacks. And that's one of the good things. I really like that. It's a line I've stolen from J.T. O'Sullivan on his quarterback school stuff. Because different quarterbacks have different footwork that works for them. JT isn't a fan of the 3D quarterback footwork style. But if it works for you and it's consistent, it's repeatable, I don't really care. It's kind of like a golf swing in that regard. No one's going to say, yeah, go model Jim Furyk's swing. No one's going to say, go model Scotty Scheffler's swing with the wild footwork and that foot flailing backward. That's not how you want it to be taught. But if it works, who cares? Now, if it doesn't work and you're not a good golfer, they're going to make you change it or want you to change it. And when you're not a good quarterback or you're missing throws and you're pushing balls downfield and leading to errant throws, that's when I start to get, okay, I don't like your footwork, and it's a problem. And Quinn Ewers' footwork has always been a mess to me. I've never liked it. It's really haphazard. It's like, I don't like Aaron Rodgers' footwork either, but Rodgers made it work and was the best quarterback in the NFL for several years. So who cares? But when you're inaccurate downfield and your footwork's kind of sloppy, I go, okay, got to change that. And that is continuously been an issue for Quinn Ewers, especially on throws over the middle beyond 15 yards. He struggles there pretty consistently. Mahomes' footwork can be a little off sometimes too. Who gives a shit? He's great. But, if you're not as good, it's not the same thing. All right, I got 2 more. We're in goodish shape here in terms of staying on pace.
I think we're about 10 minutes into halftime or something like that right now.
I don't know.
I think we went to halftime right at about 9:30 Eastern.
All I know is I'm going to wait till they come back to do this last one.
I feel like they have extended halftime for both the bowl games and these playoff games.
I've got like a little bit from the beer cheers once. I'm just going to pour that in too. Why not? And then a fresh beer cheers one for any $5 super chats that come in. By the way, of note, Rick is into our Venmo 50-50 raffle. Oh, God, now I have to type after 5 beer bongs.
I believe that's up to 110 now.
Yeah, 111 actually. I don't know if I mentioned Nick D is in, but Nick D is in too.
So 120?
120 is the take-home right now on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. All right. Got nice pink beer bong with a mixture of orange. Look at that. Can you guys tell the color differences? Not really. You can probably tell better than they
It's
can.
kind of like halfway up.
It's like
you can
right
see
here.
The color change.
Right here, there's a color change of like the orange that I just poured in like a little bit. But the orange is also apparently a lot more powerful in the color mixes. Because it's like all pink, little bit of orange, and then dark orange here. If you guys can tell, I will do this before the kickoff. I'm gonna hold off on that one there. I think I'm good on the beer bongs. I might not push those anymore the rest of the way here. It's $50, I guess, but I'm not gonna mention them that much. I shouldn't mention the shots either. I might make you start doing shots here instead. After 6 beer bongs.
The Texas side is up right now on the shots battle 10-7, by the way.
But you're counting because I can't.
Little update on that one. I've been keeping track over here.
You might need to tell Sam, like, hey, Tom just did 6 beer bongs in a row. You sure you want us to do Alexa tonight? There we go. Ohio State 14, Texas 7. So this is where my this is where I don't have to try to like look up player numbers and know who 17 is for OSU. I'd be fucked, but I know it. So
You're gonna be calling Burnt Auburn. This Texas backup kicker for the win or something like that.
Brett Auburn. I will say I did. I'm pissed at myself. I fucked up the Notre Dame touchdown to take the lead. I fucked it up. I was doing it all night long. For whatever reason, I kept thinking that Faison was 6. And it's not who it is. I kept calling him Faison. I don't know why I kept doing it. It's because I knew going in Faison was every part of the offense, and I botched the name on the call, so I fucked it up. I was pissed at myself. Nothing will be worse than I went to Miami of Ohio. We were bad at football when I was there. Kent State is going to take away, thankfully, in theory, our longest losing streak in recent memory. We lost like 17 straight games. And I was there for all of it. I've got the stories on Don Treadwell that I can say that I probably am not allowed to say. That dude didn't know ball. This stuff. It would blow your mind. The things that I need to do this beer bong. Fuck.
Looks like we're about to get ready here for the second half of action. Who you guys got? Type O for Ohio State or T for Texas in the chat.
Anyway, Miami came back to win like a 20-point deficit, like 45-43, something against UMass. And my voice cracked on the game-winning score call. I was so pissed. My voice was shot. It was like I'll pull up the game score. It was a ridiculous game that like they had no business winning. It was that one I will never. That one haunts me to this day in a game that 10 people listened to. Yeah, Miami was down 41-14 and came back to win the game. Oh, wow. They had a 21 game losing streak. Came down to the final play. The UMass ran a fake spike and lost the game. Touchback to begin the game people care about because no one gives a shit about UMass and Miami. Outside of me and two people. Hey, they got a great overhead view. That's not prevent defense. That's Texas had too many guys on the left side. Not enough on the right. It's great overhead view. That was not prevent defense there. Whew. Boy. All right, OSU football. It's been one of those games where I get off live and go, oh boy. That's what that's going to be. 1st and 10, ball at the 25. Second half underway. Will Howard hands it off, fakes the handoff, throws over the middle, caught by Ibuka. First down to the 37-yard line. A nice play-action fake there. Kind of got the cameraman a little bit, too. Little crosser to Ibuka, wide open. I mean, there's nobody near him. A flag football quarterback makes that throw with these. I dropped 3 straight passes in a game this year that were all touchdowns because the opposing team didn't cover downfield, and I wasn't used to being open on vertical plays because I'm out of shape and slow. Howard hands it off to Henderson, runs over a man to the 45, a 7-yard pickup for Henderson on that one. Second down coming up now. Let's see what adjustments have been made from Texas and Ohio State. Forgot that the former Huskies defensive coordinator, Pete Kwiatkowski, is there for Texas. Chip Kelly, of course, for Ohio State. Offset pistol. Howard hands it off to Henderson, gets the first down into Texas territory at the 48 or so. Watching these reactions from the Ohio State players, I would love to be a fly on the wall for what's being said pregame and halftime. I mean, Carson Hisman, the center there, is out there throwing fist pumps on a 7-yard pickup. These boys are amped up. I would love to know what's being said in the locker room because they're fired up. Howard, play action. He wants it all. Downfield. It's intercepted. A pick by Texas. Howard trying to throw the deep post, and it's picked off by a drifting linebacker. And what a change of events. David Benda, the interception. Howard never saw him. Benda dives in, dips back, and they kind of run this 15-yard hitch route. I don't like that at all. Trying to go to Jeremiah Smith. Benda is right there. Honestly, a pretty good tackle by Jeremiah Smith. Howard staring down his intended target, and David Benda picks it off. Ewer swing pass to Jaden Blue. That is Wisner. Wisner is going to get 11 on that one. Gets a William Cook in just a second. His Cowboys Report Super Chat. First and 10, ball at the 40 for Texas after the Will Howard interception. Ewer's on a draw. Wisner is going to get maybe a yard on that one. Lathan Ransom making a good tackle there. Bradley Boy is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. By the way, JTT is in the game. Is that an old one from Josh McBride, or is that a new one? I did not mention it, but is it like from today? Okay. We'll get to it in a second here. There's a play coming up here. 2nd and 10. Handoff. Tackle broken by Wisner, but JTT still makes the play. A loss of 1.5 yards. Ankle sprain or not, JTT, the Buckeyes pass rusher, top 50 pick, making a TFL. McBride, I assume you mean Caleb with a K, Johnson, the Iowa running back. I think he goes on day 2, probably 2nd round. Not sure what's being said about Matthew Golden, by the way. Day 2. That's probably the 3rd or so back off the board. Behind Genty, Hampton, and then Johnson's right there. 3rd and 11, Ewers stepping up, throwing a check down to Wisner, but he's going to get only 4 yards. Very generous spot by that official. Doesn't matter. After the takeaway by the Texas defense, the Texas offense does nothing with it. 3 and out. And they will punt. So that advantage they gain after the bad throw by Will Howard, intercepted by David Benda, and oh no, now Cody Simon is slow to get up. The veteran linebacker, that left leg appears to be the issue for Simon. Ryan Day came over, kind of gave a head shake and like, okay, almost like a, it's not a tear, was kind of like the vibe I got right there. Like, he'll be okay. He's going to walk off the field with very minimal limp. Yeah, kind of got. Remember when I said I tweaked? Remember when I said I tweaked my knee playing flag football and it bent out to the left? It was that. It was the exact same thing. So that is a regular knee sprain. He will come back in the game. The adrenaline will carry him through it. He'll be fine. It was like literally the exact same thing. Fair caught at the 12 by Brandon Innes. What happened there was Simon got bent up, and your knees normally like this, right? Kind of flared out like that. Instead of being straight down, flared out that way. So it got kind of pinned a little bit. He'll be okay. He'll be okay. William Cook, it was good to see Henderson Ibuka playing at AT&T Field this fall. It would be good. I don't know if Ibuka's worth a true top 15 pick, but in this class, which like the top 5 guys for the most part feel like top 10 picks, and the top 10 guys feel like top 15 picks, and the top 15 picks feel like, mid to late round 1 guys, he'll be in that conversation. Henderson, I think he goes day 2. I think he is a top 5 back in this class. Now, I don't want to make him a 200-touch player. I want to keep him limited. It's obviously on our Cowboys report. Rico Dowdle, Henderson, that's a great running back room. That works. Dowdle is your power back. Give him a lot of touches, and Henderson's your explosive player. It's the best version of those Elliott Pollard years. That's what that is. Well, today's show is made possible by Game Time. Game Time is the place for last-minute tickets to your next big event. The Game Time Picks feature makes getting tickets to your next event even easier. It filters out all the fluff. Only show you the incredible deals on great seats, so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of different tickets to find the best value. It's curation to save you even more to concerts, comedy, theater, everything else in between. Download the Game Time app, create your account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. But again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, the lowest price, all guaranteed. We are into the third quarter of this one. Ohio State 14, Texas 7. It sure felt like, for a moment there, that Texas had a chance to kind of change this game. OSU's marching 13 plays to Ibuka, 13 yards to Ibuka, back-to-back 7-yard runs by Travion Henderson. But then Will Howard's intercepted by David Benda. It's 1st and 10 at Texas 30. And they get a 10-yard run by Wisner and then go 3 plays, 3 yards, and a punt. And that one hurt. That one hurt. So it will be OSU football now. 10:36 to go here in the third quarter. Excuse me. Ball at the 12-yard line. Judkins in the game to the right of Howard. Orbit motion from Ibuka. It's a reverse to Ibuka. There, get to the edge. Doesn't really. Upended. No gain. Not much room to run there. And it will be 2nd and about 10. Barron and others in on the tackle for Texas. 2nd and 10 from the 12. Howard over the middle, caught, and will not quite be a first down. Gain of about 9.5 there to bring up 3rd and very short. I wonder if you see a quarterback sneak here, although Howard, I haven't seen that left hand, had a massive welt from where he got hit earlier in the game. And that was Kazmarek on the catch, by the way, the number 2 tight end. Howard under center. Judkins the single back. Motion from Kazmarek. Toss left. Judkins is not going to get there. He's short. He loses a yard. It was Benda again. David Benda has an interception in a TFL in the 3rd quarter to force a turnover and a punt. Colin Simmons did a great job there, but Benda came screaming in. I will say, I don't. When I'm watching CFP games, I'm normally on the quad box, so I don't hear a lot of stuff. I know punt coming up here. Punt is away. Bolden fields it and out of bounds at his own 32.5-yard line. Not everyone likes Herbie. And for reasons I understand, not everyone likes Chris Collinsworth. For reasons I understand. Both of those guys don't miss much. And maybe they've got some elite spotter, but there will be a play, and they will instantly go, this is what happened. And that last replay was a great example, if you're watching on ESPN, of instantly, Herbie's going, this guy's here, this guy's here, this guy's here, watch this guy, everything's spot on. Like they don't miss things. And they've got that better all 22 view watching live. They do a good job on that front. I like to think we do as well. But it's fun. All right, hit that sub button, whatever channel you are watching on. We've got you covered with the latest on the Cowboys Report, on Ohio State, the Ohio State Football Report, and all sports, Chat Sports. What a week this is, by the way, if you're watching on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. Last night, myself and Stone, a thrilling Notre Dame, Penn State, down to the wire semifinal game. We were live for that one. We're, of course, live right now. A variety of Chat Sports hosts will have you covered for every single NFL playoff game. 2 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. My wife's going to be so mad when I say, let's just sit down and watch the game. It's fine. I'm actually going to work most of the day Sunday, so it doesn't really matter. But This is the time of the year when it's just like you get playoff games on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You get 8 games. Europe could never. Europe could never.
That's when you just got to throw it on the laptop, put one earbud in, let her watch whatever she wants on the TV.
I don't even put the earbud in. I just watch it on mute.
That's true.
I'm so used to it. I mean, I will say, not a sponsor, but having YouTube TV on your phone is incredible. It is incredible. It's I want to go to bed. Okay, you can roll over. Don't mind me. What are you watching? It's the meme of, I bet he's thinking about other women. It's me on my phone. No, I'm watching. It was me. I'm watching the Hawaii Bowl, babe. Don't worry about it. Anyway, game itself, 14-7. Texas football here. I will say the beers have made me unhinged. I have no filter right now. Ewers trips left. Juan Davis comes in motion. 2 tight ends now in line. Then a flag. Another false start on Texas. That'll back them up to their own 28-yard line. It's on Cameron Williams, the right tackle. Or sorry, that's actually, they call 56 or 65. If it was 56, it was the right tackle. 65 is the center, Jake Majors. I assume it was, boy, center. Ewers play action RPO, nearly intercepted, and it's an incomplete pass. They ran a very clear RPO on that one, trying to get it out to the left side. Jordan Hancock. Well, I mean, I don't know what Quinn Ewers is doing there. I don't think he ever saw Jordan Hancock. That ball might be a miss anyway. If that ball's a better on-target throw, it might have been picked. It was too far wide. 2nd and 15. Wisner, the handoff up the middle, is going to get about 5. And again, 3rd and long coming up for Texas. This has been a defensive slugfest in this one. Man, Ewers, there's a reason I refuse to put Quinn Ewers in our preseason mock drafts in round 1. 3rd and 10. Big play coming up here. Got to get to the 43-yard line. Ewers against the blitz. Gonna avoid the sack and go down. No, he laterals it to Blue. It's a first down for Texas. I cannot believe Quinn Ewers got that ball out. Dead to rights for a sack. Ewers. Oh, I think that ball's out. That's close. That might go to review. A no-look lateral. It's out. I think that ball was out. It was actually Wisner, by the way. That ball's out. That ball's going out. I mean, that is... we are talking this much of a difference between that left knee being down and Quinn Ewers side-eyeing a lateral to Trey Wisner, and a very quick review. A first step. I will say, if you're going to do that quick of a review, that's not play stand. That's play confirmed. Minutia. What a play by Quinn Ewers. Roger, you are in to the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Thank you, Roger. Take home is $140. So ball at the 43 now, or 47 now. Blue in reverse motion. You are stepping up. Throwing behind Blue. Makes the catch. Might be a lateral. Blue tripped up. Picks up 4, maybe 5. I will say, I do love the Steve Sarkisian offense. I do it sometimes. If my team sucks, I use his offense in CFP 25 because it's got a lot of motion and shit. That's got reverse orbit motion, fake play action, fake reverse, swing it down to Blue in the flat. Nice bit of running there from Jaden Blue. They gave him 5. It is really more 5.5 to go here on second down from the 48.5-yard line. 6.5 to go in the third quarter. Ewers swings it to Moore. Moore makes one man miss, gets about 2. Gonna bring up 3rd down for Texas. 14-7, the Buckeyes lead in this one. 6:10 to go. Appreciate the entry, Roger. Texas just 2 of 9 on third downs. They need 3. Handoff. And it's a first down by Wisner. Picks up 4.5. Little inside zone run there by Wisner. Inside, if you play Madden CFB, it's inside zone split. Wisner on the handoff, going to lose 2 on that one. Caleb Downs in on that tackle. Remind me to check to see if Cody Simon's out there or not, by the way, Chris. Number 0. Tweaked his knee on the previous drive. 2nd and 11 coming up here. Steve Sarkisian, Texas play caller. Jim Knowles, the Ohio State play caller on defense. Yeah, I don't. Oh, he's out there. Ewers, sidearm throw to Wisner. Wisner is going to get about 9. Could have been a clip call. They're not going to get it. I told you, Cody Simon's fine. He is back out there. That knee was just a minor knee sprain. Tweaked it. The adrenaline will feel great. He'll wake up a bit sore tomorrow. Same with JTT and his ankle sprain. I expect they will play next week too. 3rd and about 1.5 yards. OSU getting subs in. They were allowed to sub. Wisner to the left of Ewers. Gets the handoff. 1st down, Texas. Wisner picks up 4. Jacobs got a super chat on the Ohio State stream. Or chat sports stream. First down, Texas. Trying to tie this football game up. 4 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Ewers hands it off. It's a gain of 3, maybe 4. Big hits being laid left and right. That's Wisner on the run. Jacob, what a game so far. Let's go Bucks, but overall, great battle. All I ask for is good games in the CFP Semifinals. Good game. It's a good game. It's a shot for producer Chris. 2nd and 7. 26-yard line of OSU. Motion from Gunnar Helm. Ewers play action. Looking, stepping up. Batted down again at the line of scrimmage. Tyleik Williams. A potential top 50 pick in this year's NFL draft. A name to monitor if you're watching on our Cowboys stream. I mean, how many times now has a OSU player got his hands on the ball on a throw? 5, 6, 7? It's been a lot. 3rd and 7 from the 26-yard line. Got to get to the 19. Ewers against the blitz. Jaden Blue is open 5. Cutting it back, and he's in again. Touchdown again. Jaden Blue. Extra point away from being tied up. 2 touchdowns for Blue for the Burnt Orange. And we are about to be tied up now. That is twice now. Ewers finds Blue down the field for 6.
What a drive there by
that
Texas.
Legitimately might have been the exact same play they scored on last time. Extra point is good. I want a replay. That looked like I think it might be. Because Helm goes downfield. The exact same play that Texas scored on their first touchdown, they call again. They got trips left. One guy left. They run Jaden Blue on a wheel route. The inline, the receiver kind of tight split goes downfield. The exact same play. Texas scores, and we are tied up at 14. Twice now, Jaden Blue wheel route touchdowns, and we are tied up at 14 late in the 3rd quarter of this ball game. Chris, the exact same play.
The exact same play. And almost the same spot on the field, too. The first
Similar.
time was from the 18. This time it was from the 26.
This one was even more open.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Gunnar Helm is less downfield because he's slower. But
I think it might have been a little bit different route from Helm. It looked like he almost went straight down the line of scrimmage on that one.
He went more inside, I think, because he's slower. I think that's all it is that he takes a more inside route because he's got a corner on him. So he's not going to go to the outside and try to beat him with speed. He's going to go more in line on that one. But that is a exact same play.
And it worked out a little bit to be kind of like a little bit of a pick, too.
It kind of is. I mean, it's not. Again, I'm borrowing from my video game playing here, so I apologize to an extent. I run that. It's a similar play in the actual playbook in CFP 25. It's mesh spot in this Texas playbook. They've got two guys left, but it's just a post from the outside receiver and a running back wheel, and it works. If you get man-to-man coverage there with the angles and the setup, that linebacker can't get out there in time because they're always going to take a more shallow angle, and the running back's too fast. He gets to the edge. There's that other receiver out there. It works as a very natural zero-contact pick play. It forces the linebacker either to go underneath out of position, outside out of position. It's a great play design, and it works probably a lot better than it does in college than the NFL because the speed's different. But that is twice now. Texas has run running back wheel to Jaden Blue out of the backfield for a score. 3 catches, 48 yards, 2 touchdowns. We are all tied up late in the third quarter of this ball game. It will be Ohio State football. Winner plays Notre Dame, January 20th, 10 days from now, Monday. KNMM. Of course, Ohio State can't stop somebody named Blue. Get Maze and Blue, Michigan.
Oh,
that's clever. Fair caught, touchback there.
Had me there for a second. I had no clue.
That's good. I like that one.
At first, I thought you said Lou, and I was like Lou Holtz? Like, what are you talking about?
Lou. Ryan Day and Lou Holtz, the great rivalry of our time that we didn't know we needed. That was so unhinged when that one popped off. I'm like, what are we doing out here? That was something. Dwyer into our Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home right now is $150. Thank you, Dwyer Lane. Take home is $150. Whatever channel they just do the fucking bullshit.
They went like split screen there for a second, then they just went straight to commercial.
I'm gonna vent. I'm gonna vent. I hate this shit.
Wherever you guys are watching on tonight, make sure you are subscribed. We're live on the Cowboys Report channel, the Chat Sports channel, as well as our Ohio State channel. Really wrapping that one up here recently. We're going to be live on our main channel here for every single NFL playoff game. We'll be live for the national championship game. We have free agency stuff coming up. We'll be live always for the draft.
I'm not a political person. Whatever politician promises to make criminal going extra point commercial, kickoff touchback commercial, I will vote for you. I don't care. I will vote for you. This is bullshit. How do I go 10 minutes of real time with 0 plays? I don't care if you're Republican, if you're Democrat, if you're libertarian, whatever the opposite of libertarian is. There's like 5 people that I don't know. There are like 5 people in human history that tend to vote fiscally liberal and conservative socially. It's a great 30 Rock bit on that. I don't care who you are. I will vote for you. It is nonsense. It is, and I literally think the NFL does not allow it, or was outlawed or some shit. Like This is ridiculous.
Well, that was my thing when they changed the clock rules this year for college football.
God,
I was like, it's literally to allow for
more
more
commercials.
commercials. Like, it's the only reason.
Dude, last year was so bad with it too. Like I hate politics. You promised me that, you are getting my vote. I am a one-issue voter. It's that issue that I invented. So OSU football, 1st and 10, ball to 25, 3:12 to go. Nickel blitz, Howard over the middle, caught. Carnell Tate going to get to about the 39-yard line. And a flag comes out here. This might be on the OSU offensive lineman. But I don't think that whistle blew. I don't know about this one. Wow, a personal foul on Ohio State. I don't hear a whistle. That sure as hell looked bang bang.
I think because it's after the play, though, it's still a first down, right?
Yes. I mean, that's a forearm shiver to the helmet of Andrew Makuba. So it's 1st and 10. We're going to do the play over again. 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line, basically. I don't hear whistles. That looked pretty bang bang to me. Now, you guys will know better about the whistles if you're watching simulcast here. Howard play action. Hit as he throws, goes down, a sack. Second and long for the Buckeyes. I mean, blown up in the backfield.
Will Howard almost fumbled that ball, too.
That was close. Vernon Broughton.
He did
fumble that ball and landed on it. I thought they might. You could almost review that if that ball was going forward. That was close.
That's true, yeah.
2nd and 20. Play clock at 0. They get the snap off. They hand it off to Henderson, who gets 4.5. Because Howard was going, that's one of those, like, he's going forward and pulls that ball back in. I do think that was a fumble.
Yeah.
That was one of those, like, ball's here, and then he puts it in his left hand that kind of falls out. He did the full motion, but the ball never left his right hand. It kind of got balanced a little bit there. Kind of insane he held on to that football and recovered that football. 3rd and 15 for the Buckeyes. 2 of 7 on 3rd downs. They've averaged 10 yards to go. Texas showing an all-out blitz. They're going to drop it. Howard, check down, batted down at the line. Collins Simmons. You will see him on Sundays. Not next year. Not the year after that. But 2 more years. He is a true freshman defensive end. And genuinely a superstar at that. Hands up on that one. He got deep pocket push as well. You know, Donovan Jackson is going to be probably a top 50, top 75 pick. Has had his hands full all night long. Punt is away. Silas Bolden, fair caught at his own 39. You know, I appreciate Silas Bolden's attitude. Every punt, he goes, I shouldn't have fair caught that. Like, there could be 3 guys around him, and he goes, I should have returned it. I love the attitude. It's the right decision, but I do love the attitude. I will also say on this commercial nonsense, I'm fine if you do a bunch of commercials. One time, give me a commercial-free 4th quarter sponsored by so-and-so.
Yeah.
And the Masters does it.
That's how the UFC does it, too.
It's awesome. Give me that shit. Ewers, handoff to Wisner, reversing field, gonna get a bunch here, picks up 6, maybe 7 on that one. Good open field tackle made with 50 seconds left in the third quarter. That play was a designed left inside zone. Wisner cut it back to the outside. Hancock, a great tackle. 2nd and 3.5. Ewers under pressure, rolling sidearm throw. It's going to be, Wisner stays on his feet, but still loses 2. Kind of lost yardage staying on his feet, got it all back. 3rd and 5, and I assume the final play of the third quarter, as we are going to go to the fourth quarter. Type your 4s. We are tied up at 14. Ohio State, Texas, a massive 3rd and 5 coming up from the Texas 44-yard line. I asked for a good game. Damn if we aren't getting a good football game tonight. But a defensive slugfest. 2 of the worst 5 best defenses in college football battling it out tonight. 14 all. 2 touchdowns by Jaden Blue. A Judkins and Henderson touchdown. Every touchdown tonight from the running backs. I mean, last night Penn State had 0 catches from receivers and 1 catch by a Notre Dame defender that counted. They had 2 taken off by interceptions or by flags there. Fourth quarter, spam your 4s in the comment section of today's show. I will make notes. $5 for a beer cheers, $10, $20 for a shot, $50 for 1 beer bong. I did do 6 in a row at halftime. The Venmo 50-50 raffle will also be run at halftime, or at the end of the game. It's me being in Cowboys mode, apparently. End of the game, winner takes home $150 at What's Going Downey. I would say, by the way, this actually is a good game. Now, if you just want offense, it's not. But penalties notwithstanding, these are good defenses. Mm-hmm. This is a slugfest game. This is a defensive-led game. Everyone likes offense; it's fun. But honestly, outside of like mistakes and penalties, this is the defense got them because they dropped the defensive end into coverage for turnovers. Like this has been a very evenly fought matchup. 14 all. OSU's got about 15 more yards of offense. The time of possession is off by about 30 seconds. 36, 38 to be exact. Passing yards, OSU leads. Rushing yards, Texas leads. Penalties, actually double in favor of Ohio State. Turnovers favor Texas. They forced the 1. This has been we are in line for a great finish.
Neither team has ran the ball very well today at all.
No,
Ohio State 45 yards, Texas 64.
And it's a long of 22 and a long of 13 for each team. Sacks have become a factor here. Howard's 4 for -17. Quinn's 4 for -9. You want entertaining games that go down to the wire? Here we go.
And I don't even know if Jeremiah Smith has a target in the second half.
Matthew Golden is back in the football game for the first time since, I think, the first quarter. Battling an ankle issue. He is out there, boundary side, short side right. Shotgun set. 3rd and 5.5. Got to get to the 49-yard line. 3-man pressure. Ewers throws to Golden. Overshot, incomplete. Man, Golden is open on a comeback route, and Ewers sails that one high.
OSU got good pressure with just 3 men.
They did. Cam Williams got shoved about 4 yards back. Golden has to sky for that ball and just can't get his hands on it. Igbinosin in good coverage. That Quinn's got to make that throw. He's got to make it. So punt is away from Michael Kern. Fair caught at about the 12 by Brandon Innes. Innes is the Ohio State hands return man. Downs is the dynamic return man when they're in short yardage. It is not often you see a safety on punt returns. But hit that sub button. It's a nice number. We do need to change it, though. But it is a nice number. I do want to acknowledge that. So Ohio State football, we are tied up at 14 here. 14:47 to go in the football game. Henderson to the right of Will Howard. Ibuka in motion. 2 tight ends out there. Kazmarik's one of them. Play action rolling right for Howard. Taking a shot downfield. Ibuka incomplete. And a flag comes out on Muhammad. That's going to be on Texas. Overshot because of pass interference on Malik Muhammad. First down OSU. 14:40 left. Let's see.
I think it was going to be holding, and then he tripped him up there at the end.
You know what? I'm going to go with Ibuka made a veteran-savvy play to make it look like pass interference. There wasn't – I get why they threw it. I don't know if it's actually DPI. Swing to G. Scott is going to lose 2 on that one. Great play in the backfield. Jalen Gilbo, the nickel corner. Look, that is an RPO tight end in the flat. The read is right. It's 2 blockers on 2 defenders, and Gilbo beats him there. It's RPO, Y read flat. Probably not what it is in the OSU playbook. That's what it is for that purpose. Howard against the blitz. Throws and caught by G. Scott, but he's only going to get about 4. Had to go down to 1 to make the grab. I mean, that is a tight end goes out in the flat. 2 blockers right on that first down play. I run that play in the red zone on CFP 25 because it doesn't work in real life or in the game outside of that. I do like using video game explanations because people play the video games too. And they recognize stuff. That's why I always call it inside zone. It's not what it's actually called. But 3rd and 8. 13:23. Texas showing a pressure package. Howard against the blitz. Pressure coming. Off balance throws. Caught. Carnell Tate to the 47. A big pickup. Howard drifting away from the pressure from Colin Simmons. A first down for Texas. Probably could have called a hold on Colin Simmons. Plenty of contact. Gavin Holmes could not hang with Carnell Tate. Tate having himself a big game. Bryson Rogers in the game here at wide receiver. It's a pass. Howard dropping back, resetting, throwing downfield. Incomplete. Barron almost picked it off. A dangerous throw by Will Howard. Trying a shot play to Emeka Ibuka on a post corner route. Barron almost picked that ball off. Ibuka got his hands on it too. I think both guys when that ball was released thought that was going to be a pick. Barron's hands on it first. That's a dangerous throw. I think Howard thought that Texas was in man. Barron peels off downfield. They're showing, I think, that 3rd down play, and ooh, that should have been a holding call on that 3rd down play. As there is I think that's Alfred Collins, who is down now for Texas. So Ohio State, who has looked like the best team in the college football playoff of the games played. I think we can all agree on that, right? Right? I think so. They are facing a 2nd and 10, just shy of midfield. It has been a pass-heavy offense, 257 through the air and 45 yards through the air, or on the ground. We are in the 4th quarter. We will be live on 2 of the channels we're live for for the CFP Championship game. Myself and Stone Shields, live on Chat Sports. If Texas wins, live on the Cowboys Report. Ohio State wins, live on the Ohio State Football Report. We will also have, if you are an OSU fan and or watching on our Ohio State football channel, we'll have a post-game show for you on the Ohio State Football Report after today's game wraps up, and potentially a preview on Sunday. That, of course, would require an OSU football win. We are simulcasting on all 3 channels. My lone request going into today's game was give me a good game. We got a good game. 14-all here in the 4th quarter. If you're a Cowboys fan, subscribe. If you love sports in general, sub to the Chat Sports YouTube channel. If you are an OSU fan, sub to our Ohio State football channel. We will do our post-game Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is $150 right now. I continue to wait for, I think, maybe the best receiver in all of college football, Jeremiah Smith, to get going. 1 catch for 3 yards.
I still don't know if he's even been targeted here in the second half.
I don't think he has been. A couple targets early. I mean, Cardinal Tate's been great. 7 for 87. Abuka's had some nice catches too. But just 3 yards tonight for Smith. Howard swings it to Judkins. Judkins to the edge. Gonna get to the 50. Runs over a man for the first down. Judkins, a first down pickup for the Buckeyes. 1st and 10. Boy, Judkins has a tremendous amount of Buckeye helmet stickers. What a great run by Judkins. I made the comment pregame. He hasn't run with the same creativity, even violence, for a good portion this year, as a violent after-catch run there. 1st and 10. From the 42 of Texas. Howard in the shotgun. Hands off to that's a RPO over the middle. Incomplete. No flag. A lot of contact on the throw to Carnell Tate. Again, that very long RPO look. Boy, the throw wasn't quite on target. That cornerback view, I think good no call. Howard, check down. Judkins dancing, gonna get about 6 on that one to bring up 3rd down. Type in those 3s. You want to stop for Texas? Type in 3. You want a first down pickup for OSU? Type in 3. Third and 4. Henderson checks in the game at running back. Barron on Smith. And a false start on the Buckeyes. Fryer or Scott jumped early. And from 3rd and 4 to 3rd and 9 we go. Call that the Colin Simmons factor. Third and 9 for the Buckeyes. 10:51 to go in the football game. We are tied up at 14. Howard in the shotgun from the 41-yard line. Drops back. Looking. Time. Throwing. Caught by G. Scott. Is going to break one tackle, but will not quite get the first down. Actually broke two. Holmes eventually tripped him up. And this might be 4-down territory for OSU. We'll see what they do. Clear out route for Scott on a drag route. Great job to break two tackles. 4th and 3. A massive moment here. 10 minutes to go in the football game. OSU's out there to go for it. Really 4th and 2. It's 4th and 2. That's probably what ESPN says. And a timeout called by Texas. They got to get to the 32-yard line. They are minimally outside. 2.2 yards to go for the first down pickup. 9:50 left to go in the football game. We are tied up at 14. Texas just called a timeout. Ohio State football here. Brent, you are into our Venmo 50-50 raffle. And he said, shout out Mike McCarthy. Yeah, checking again on Sunday when they make their final call on Mike McCarthy. Brent Carter into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Got a super chat on the Cowboys stream as well. I don't like reading this off, but I will read it off. I'm going to screenshot it and send it to Chase as well. I'm going to Slack it to him right now. We'll get to it in just a second. Fourth quarter is underway. We are in a dogfight in this one. Joshua says out to Chase in the Niners report, your Chase impression is impeccable. Screw the Cowgirls. It's Niners Nation. Faithful LFG. My response here is A, thank you, Joshua, for paying your rent. The Cowboys aren't playing tonight. This is rent being paid. Also, I was here before Chase, so. Although I do love Chase. That's my guy. Thank you, Josh. But I am annoyed that the one year the Niners are bad, the Cowboys also suck. the timing sucks because the Niners, objectively speaking, do own Dallas right now. But that is rent-free behavior. Anyway, Joshua says living rent-free, baby. Josh, I'll let you know what Chase says to my response. I just messaged him with the screenshot. I'll let you know what he says. All right, we are in the fourth quarter. 9:50 to go. A fourth down coming up. 4th and 2 at the Texas 34-yard line. I don't know about you, but I'd probably also go for this because I don't trust Jaden Fielding with a 50-some yard field goal try. What I would like to do is find a way to get the ball to Jeremiah Smith. Quiet so far tonight. It has been all passes on this drive for Ohio State. They learned their lesson from Michigan. Don't run into a brick wall up front. 4th and 2. It's 14 all. Henderson to the right of Howard. Trips right. Unbalanced right. Tight end right too. Watch for a run left. Howard, quarterback power. Gets the first down and more. He's loose. 20. And the turf monster gets him. Will Howard might have scored. The turf monster brings him down. They ran quarterback power. Howard is untouched, and the turf monster gets him. Daniel Jones-esque from Will Howard. It's a first down. 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line for Ohio State. Empty personnel. Henderson, orbit motion. They do a jet touch pass to Abuka. Abuka is going to get about 8 on that one. To the 7-yard line. Inside of 9 to go. I was fully prepared for a Will Howard touchdown run there. And the turf monster brings him down from behind. But it is 2nd and 2. 8.5 to go in the football game. We are tied up at 14. They got Smith stacked behind Abuka. To the left. Under center for Howard. Motion from Jeremiah Smith. Handoff to Judkins. Judkins cutting it up and gets down to the 2. 1st and goal from the 2 coming up here for the Buckeyes. Every touchdown today has been by a running back. Judkins has one for OSU. Henderson has one for OSU. Jaden Blue has 2 for Texas. 7:55 to go. 1st and goal from the 2. 2 receivers, a tight end inline right. Smith, the lone receiver left. Judkins, the running back. Howard, quarterback power. Did he get in? Spot says no. The quarter-yard line. 2nd and goal coming up. 7.5 to go in the football game. Howard, he is short. Good spot by the officiating crew. I don't like giving credit to the officials, but that was a good spot. Howard will go under center, fullback in the game. Motion from the 3rd-string tight end. Howard, Judkins the handoff. He's in! Touchdown Buckeyes! The 2nd one of the day for Quinshon Judkins. And it's 2014, 7:02 to go. The Buckeyes reclaim the lead. OSU scores a 13-play, 88-yard scoring drive. Took up 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Was passes early and runs to ice off the drive. Quinshon Judkins adding another rushing score to his tally. Now, college kickers are college kickers. Jaden fielding on for the extra point try. Good snap, good hold. That is dead center as it gets. Right on line with the center upright. 21-14. Get to Andres Yabarvo's super chat on the Chat Sports stream. Howard should have scored as he should have scored on the 4th and 2 quarterback power play. Doesn't matter in the end. Ohio State caps off the drive. Judkins punches it in. We'll get to Andres Yabarvo, then Byron Joe David super chat. Andres, Ohio wins. I'm living in the wrong timeline. I mean, they were favored going into today. I don't think that many people would be surprised if OSU won. They were like, what, 5.5-point favorites?
I thought it was going to be more of a blowout than it is.
Been a defensive slugfest. It's a Byron Joe David super chat here in just a second. 7:02 to go in the football game. No commercial break. How about that? That is a kickoff and a 9-yard deep in the end zone touchback. This might be on me if they go to commercial break. Hand up. This might. No, they're going to go to silent report. We're good. Byron says player says Cowboys are understaffed. They are. The training staff for Dallas is undermanned. That was the NFLPA report. They like the medical team. They don't have enough people because the Cowboys are cheap. These are facts. Amy into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. It's Texas going empty personnel against the Blitz. Ewers throws. Great catch made by Gunnar Helm. Nice leaping snag for a gain of 7 on that one. to bring up second down. Amy Pickett into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. End of game take home is 170. 2nd and 2. They gave him 8. Blue, stretch zone, breaks a tackle, gets the first down to the 40-yard line. Jack Sawyer almost brought him down. Jaden Blue gets the first down. 1st and 10 for Texas. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the football game. From the 41-yard line, 2 tight ends. Juan Davis motions left, back right. Ewers play action, stepping up, throwing to Helm, makes the catch 40, 35-30, shoves away Caleb Downs to the 25-yard line. And a flag! It's going to be taunting on Gunnar Helm.
Oh, my. He pointed at him.
I mean, look, it is taunting, but let the boys play.
For a point.
Let the boys play. I just don't like. He did taunt. He pointed at Caleb Downs, but no fights happened. So 1st at the 40. Ewers downfield, got a man, a leaping catch. It's Matthew Golden at the 15. Some would say ball don't lie. Texas is marching now. Golden banged up, missed about 2 full quarters. Texas going tempo. Prize Picks red zone. 1st and 10. Ewers to Blue. Blue is going to get 2, maybe 3 on that one. John into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. That was indeed tight end leak, one of my favorite play calls in college football. Kind of goes out, runs sideline, cuts it up. Always open. Always open. 5 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. 2nd and 8 for Texas. From the 11. Ewers in the shotgun. Weisner to his right. Ewers throwing to Weisner. Caught and out of bounds. 3rd and short in what I assume is 4 down territory for Texas here. So the running game is available to you. John, you are in to the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is now 180 on that front. 2 tight ends left. Ryan Wingo over there. Matthew Golden right. They've liked the fade shot in the past when they get that single coverage look to Matthew Golden. They're going to bring Juan Davis in motion. 3rd and 3. Ewers dropping back. Pressure coming, throws, end zone. A lot of contact, and that's a no-brainer. Ryan Wingo got tackled. That is an easy DPI call on Ohio State. They're just going to throw it 101 times out of 100. And no real argument there from the Buckeyes corners. Ryan Wingo on a deep cross gets grabbed and just face guarding double. That's just a no-brainer. Wingo sold a little bit, but that's always going to get called. 4:04 to go. 1st and goal from the 2. Ewers, shotgun. Weisner to his left. Ewers throwing end zone. A lot of contact again. And another flag comes out. 2 of them. They ran an RPO. Another flag on the Buckeyes. Jermaine Matthews. So we'll try 1st and goal from the 1. 4 minutes left in the football game. Andrew Hughes in the Venmo 50-50 raffle. That one looked a little bit more incidental, but the level of hand contact is going to get you called there. That sounded dirtier than I meant, so I apologize. 1st and goal 4 minutes left in the football game. Jarrett Gibson in the game at running back for Texas. He gets the handoff. He's stopped short. No gain. JTT again getting some penetration in the backfield on that one. So we'll try 2nd and goal from the 1. Matthew Golden subbing back in. 3:35 to go. Hit that sub button. Simulcasting on 3 different channels. Ohio State, Cowboys Report, and the Chat Sports YouTube channel. 2nd and goal from the 1. Wisner back in. 2 tight ends. Ewers. Toss left to Wisner. Wisner's going to lose a ton. Back to the 8-yard line. Lathan Ransom. That play call. Caleb Downs slicing in. Lathan Ransom slicing in. They'll pry and mark him down at the 7. From 1st and goal at the 1 to 3rd and goal at the 7. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left to go in the football game. It is 4 down territory here. From the 8, helm in motion. Ewers throwing end zone. A lot of contact again. No flag this time. 4th and goal coming up. Try to go to Ryan Wingo. Texas had the game a chance to tie. 1st and goal from the 1. They now face 4th and goal from the 8-yard line. 2 timeouts for Texas. 2:29 left. Ewers in the shotgun. 2-by-2 set. 5-man pressure. Ewers under arrest. Ball's out. It's a fumble. Jack Sawyer going the other way. It's a foot race. Jack Sawyer. It's an Ohio State touchdown. The Buckeyes. What a flip. Jack Sawyer. A strip sack. Buckeyes about to win. A 90-yard strip sack fumble recovery by Jack Sawyer. Touchdown, Buckeyes. They'll give him 82 yards. My goodness, this game. From a potential 1-yard play to tie it. And the Buckeyes are now going to go up 2 touchdowns. It will go to review. Jack Sawyer came back for another year. Could have gone pro. Said, I want a championship. May have just sent the Buckeyes to it against Notre Dame. Jaden Fielding extra point is good. 28-14, Ohio State. 5-man pressure. Cameron Williams absolutely whiffs. There was nobody open, by the way, downfield. Jack Sawyer. They'll mark it as an 82-yard strip sack. And the Buckeyes are 2 minutes and 13 seconds away from winning this football game.
The one thing you couldn't have.
A defensive touchdown. A strip sack of Quinn Ewers. Cameron Williams, playing through a knee injury, has just had his lunch money taken all day long, quite frankly, by both Jack Sawyer and JTT. Another sack. And now Texas needs an absolute miracle to come back and win this football game.
Yeah, you can, honestly, if you're Texas there, you can live with not getting the touchdown.
You can talk yourself into a stop and a punt to get the ball back. A strip sack there. Everything Ohio State wanted. They were 1st and goal from the 1. and it ends up being an Ohio State defensive touchdown in what will probably ice this game as Anthony Green into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is $200 on the money.
Man, that pitch play out to the left.
I don't get that, man.
It's just like, and if you look at that play too, like before the snap, Ohio State's got 4 guys over there to Texas's 3. They don't have the numbers to run it.
It reminds me of, I was watching, I know you were live for it, the Bama-Vanderbilt game, that final third down pickup.
Yes.
I was watching with friends, and I go, this is a run left. The numbers are not right the entire time. So Texas on the verge of being sent home. Ohio State, the 8th seed in the college football playoff, without the expansion, they don't make it. They don't get in. They get left at home. Ryan Day might get fired. With the expanded college football playoff, Ohio State on the verge. They will be favored, I believe, against the Fighting Irish next Monday. We will be live, if these results hold, on the Chat Sports YouTube channel and on the Ohio State football YouTube channel. I don't know if you ever mentioned Dylan Heck's Ohio State football report super chat. I feel like I missed that one. Anders Yabarvo has one on the Chat Sports stream. So Dylan, if we missed yours an hour ago, I'm terribly sorry. No, we got that one. It was on the Gunnar Helm throw. We got that one, I think. ESPN just dropped a banger with a Jack Sawyer quote on Quinn Ewers saying they're friends. Coming back. That's production editing. Jack Sawyer. Maybe you give Henderson the game ball. But Jack Sawyer and Will Howard fired up on the sideline. It is 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. The 2-minute warning is coming up here. Kick is away. Texas has to go score and probably get the onside kick given the amount of time left. Jack Sawyer officially goes down as an 83-yard strip sack, fumble recovery for a touchdown to potentially ice this football game. Shout out to Scott into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Scott Shreve. Take home is now $210. Dylan Heck, a $2 super chat on the Ohio State Report, says Captain Jack is back. Ewers empty, pumping, throwing off balance, caught and drilled as Jaden Blue to the 30. That will take us down to the 2-minute warning in this one. 28-14. Ohio State is up. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the place for last-minute tickets to your next big event. That's all wrong. Prize Picks, the best place to get real money sports action. Download the Prize Picks app over at prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That is prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. My boy Jack Lauderay had been on a massive heater. It's not going to happen tonight. Jeremiah Smith is going to have 3 yards on the ground, it looks like, tonight, or through the air tonight. Henderson is going to have, 100 plus, almost 150 yards in total, but only 42 on the ground. That last drive got Quinn Ewers past 239.5. Download the Prize Picks app over at prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play that first $5 lineup. If we get to 396 on the Chat Sports YouTube channel, I will do another beer bong. I don't think we'll get there. But if we do, I will do that for you. Prize Picks, big sponsor of today's show. We don't wife these 304s. I want to see Dallas draft a bunch of OSU defenders. That front four of Jack Sawyer, Ty Hamilton, Tyreek Williams, JT Tuimoloau, all top 100, 125 picks. I like Sawyer, Hamilton, and Williams going on, or Sawyer, Tuimoloau, and Williams going on day 2. Williams might be the most intriguing guy. Jose says Jack Sawyer. I wonder if edge is a big enough need for Dallas. I do like Sawyer over JTT from a draft standpoint, though. But both guys will be pretty premium picks, is my guess when it's all said and done. Ohio State 28, Texas 14. Scott's into the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Take home continues to rise on that. Nicole was in too, so hold on. I got a lot of entries. So let me get caught up here. Nandor Bank is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Nicole Moore is in the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is now $230. Ewers under pressure, rolling right, throwing, incomplete, 3rd and 4 coming up here. 3rd and 4. Minute 53 left. Texas needs a miracle, or else Ohio State, they're late getting subs. Texas could have snapped that ball. They didn't. Ewers drops back to pass, stepping up, throwing, and picked off. Caleb Downs slides down. That is going to be effectively the ball game. Ewers throws a pick, and the Buckeyes, there's 2 timeouts left for Texas. Caleb Downs, the Bama transfer. Another errant throw over the middle by Ewers. And the Buckeyes set to advance to the College Football Playoff National Championship. Ewers just a bad decision over the middle, forcing it into traffic. Downs slides down properly. Saw it, made the catch, and it is a matter of time before the Buckeyes officially advance to face Notre Dame in the CFP National Championship next Monday. Howard, the handoff to Judkins. Judkins going to pick up 9. Almost got the first down. They're going to mark him a yard shy. 1 more first down, and this game is officially over. Texas is not going to call a timeout here. James Williams, the likely final entry into the Venmo. Wait a minute. Johnny, who won last night, by the way, is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is $250. A first down would ice this. Texas might not even call their timeouts. 1 minute left in the football game. Howard sneaks it. Howard gets the first down. That is ball game. Ohio State 28, Texas 14. The Buckeyes are heading to the College Football Playoff National Championship. They'll face the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Buckeyes win We will do our Venmo 50-50 raffle coming up in just a minute. It's in the, you got the tracker pulled up here. Buckeyes win 28-14. Shout out to Andres Yabarvo, says, "Oh my heart, I'm coming, Elizabeth." That's a good movie reference there, Andres Yabarvo. It's a good movie reference there. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Venmo 50-50 raffle coming up here in just a second. Or I guess it's a TV show, not really a movie, but 70s era reference. Does that count? Sanford and Son. Is that, should have said TV show, but you guys know what I meant in the end. Texas, final score says 14 points. Reality is they were one play away from potential overtime again. Back-to-back years, college football playoff semifinals. Texas comes up potentially one play short of the CFP semifinals. Ohio State advancing. They get Notre Dame. If you are watching, by the way, on the Ohio State football channel, stay tuned tonight. We will have an instant reaction video for you guys. But first, we got a duck race to determine the winner of $250 in the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Here we go. Brent Carter takes the early lead in this one. Got a lot of ducks. That's a regular duck with an early lead on that front. Dylan Watson down there, Andres Yabarvo, Roy Lee in clown duck? Is that what that is? Jester duck? I don't know what to call that one there. Scott. It comes like, but it's like jester cap on it. I don't know. British, yeah, but that's a clown. Jester's a clown. I don't know. We'll find out if it matters. 20 seconds left. Winner gets $250 on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Nicholas Eckhart in the British Guard duck. They stand straight the entire time. He has a sizable lead. 6 seconds left. Oh no! A pulled hamstring out of nowhere. Sarah Brown, the ninja-esque duck. Or Inigo Montoya duck, maybe. I don't know what to call it. Princess Bride duck. Whatever. Sarah Brown wins. I do love The Princess Bride. It's a fantastic movie. Sarah Brown, $250 going your way. I'm gonna call it Princess Bride duck. That's what I'm gonna call it. It's more fun that way. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Sarah Brown, $250 going your way. Cheers to you for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I appreciate every single person who tuned in on the Ohio State football report. Like 90% sure I just saw our boy Tyler Jones right there behind Jack Sawyer on the postgame. I'm like 95% sure that was Jack Sawyer. There he is. There's Tyler Jones. There he is. If you're watching on the Chat Sports YouTube stream, Tyler is in attendance covering this game for us. He will have an instant reaction from the field for you guys tonight. He is right there behind Jack Sawyer, sideline view. So stay tuned for that. Ohio State fans will have our in-studio reaction to the Ohio State-Texas game. Appreciate every single person who tuned in. We'll see you guys tomorrow for NFL playoff games.